Welcome back to another Angry Coach Marathon. Believe it or not, people still playing Starcraft 2 if what they're doing could be called playing it. We have all sorts of characters from all walks of life, assuming they can put their pants on in the morning, of which I'm not entirely confident. But we got Kybrit, who has made a name for himself, mostly through gratuitous expenditure of money on me who doesn't need it but will take it. So, the only place he's spending his money, because sure as hell he's not doing it in-game. We have a bunch of other people who are confident that they can actually learn from this, and it's a good investment. And that is sad. But we also have people who are just in it for the entertainment. They just want to be part of Angry Coach. They just want to be part of something. And to that I say, you came to the wrong damn game, you idiot. There are so many games where you can blame/be friends with other people, and you chose the only one that specifically isolates you. In fact, there was a time when having people on your friends list would literally lower your FPS, and you decided that was what you wanted to be a part of. Well, Angry Coach. So first off, I would like to have an explanation. Shepard, you might remember him from his illustrious emails, which is like a thing boomers do after they learn that no one answers the phone. Shepard sent in a replay well before the stream started, though he might not have realized that. It's 40 minutes long. He's winning the game against an unranked Terran for like 30 minutes, and then he wins eventually. The Terran may have gone AFK because he has 0 army value for a while. Nobody gives a shit. Don't be like Shepard. Fuck off. Next. Me. Against a colony of ant. Getting supply blocked for 10 minutes. Nobody gives a shit about either of these people. Fuck. Okay. Alright. Well, that was... I didn't actually see that before, so there you go. How did this happen? Oh, this was when, if you missed, was this during the watch party? So, you might be like, Winter, you were getting supply blocked. What's your excuse? Well, I was interviewing half of the creators of The Expanse, James S.A. Corey, also much like you, a StarCraft fan, and also doesn't actually play StarCraft, just likes to pretend to. So I was in the middle of that, and I still won the game, to point that out. But let's see, from the other side of the story. If you didn't watch live, well, you missed out, though there are VODs if you are interested. Multitasking. Oh, yeah. We gotta... Unfortunately, people seem to be amused. Like, if my words are not enough for you, and they shouldn't be, we can always bring Twitch chat up for some... as they say, commentary. If we... Jimmy, do we have Twitch chat? Are they worth putting up there? I don't care about your opinion. Where is it? Where did it go? Okay, how about this? Say hi, Twitch chat. And to yourselves in the future. Mostly. Platinum Zerg, by the way. Is that walling off part of your gas? Not really. But sure. The Protoss player deciding to wall off with 2 gates, either to prove a point or because he didn't realize the pull timing. Queen's all done. A new queen is ready. So what's the roach, Warren? It's more of a, well, I'm doing a +1 roach build here. And nothing, I was scared of adepts. And you know what? Being scared of adepts is fine. The timing, you know, it's better than not building.
You engage the enemy.
And then the void ray shows up. But that doesn't mean you can't go. Overall, the build isn't actually terrible. The roach warren's early.
Fresh queen for you.
The reliance on static defense is... You don't need 2 spores. 2 queens, fine, but you don't need 2 spores. I know void rays are scary. Eventually you might, but you are hurting your... There's a reason, despite no one losing any workers, that you're down 10 workers. And it's because you're too scared of what your opponent's going to do. Your opponent, not that scary. I should know. As opposed to worrying about yourself. And even though a Protoss can stay even or even a little ahead of a Zerg until the queens come out and larva inject starts to kick in, it shouldn't be a 10 worker gap. 5 minutes in. That is just a big issue. And having creep, getting Brenda on the goddamn job, spreading creep between bases is much more useful than worrying about spore crowd.
Hatchery cooked.
You're right, this isn't even a ranked map, because remember, I would never, even on my worst day after playing a month and a half of Age of Empires and only playing a dozen ladder games in that month and a half, and getting hundreds of people asking me, of Winter, did you quit StarCraft? When they still consider themselves StarCraft players, despite not playing that many ladder games in this entire fucking expansion. The answer is, well, the point is, I would not be playing him because it would be almost impossible for me to D-rank that low, especially on my main account. So yeah, this isn't a ladder map. It's Huangsang, a map made by Avex, a TLMC winner, and then in tandem with Snoot, who's actually a good player. Sorry, Avex. Avex is amazing, but Snoot is also amazing. So they made this map. It's beautiful. It's well designed. It might not work perfectly in the meta now because the 3rd and 4th are both pretty open, but it was robbed. It got like 2nd or 3rd place in the Team Liquid map contest. It was never on the ladder, and I hate everything. So whenever I get the opportunity, I play it because I love it.
Queen's all done. Mutation.
Yeah, I was trying to kick the all-army habit. Yeah, what? By not having any army? Was that your plan? What the fuck is this? 33 drones at 6 minutes? You've lost 0 drones. How many have you killed yourself? How are you gonna afford 5 guesses? Like, right now, why worry about what your opponent's gonna do to your workers? You've already eviscerated your worker count. The Protoss over here has 55 probes. You got 33 drones. Oh, I'm making 8 more. Yeah. And then you're going to be supply blocked with no OVs on the way and 500 minerals.
Yeah. Queen ready. Evolution complete.
Now we're getting, like, it's, you got to worry more about getting 50 drones before you worry about anything to do with controlling anything. That actually is a significantly larger issue than any select all army habits. First, you want to be able to build a large enough army that having select all army be a problem is a problem. And without 50 drones at least. And yes, we're going to get 50 by 8 minutes. That is the standard for my basic beginner's guide. And while you might consider yourself that, Platinum League is in the top half of players, which I'm sorry to say, but... So by that point, we're hopefully a little past the basic beginner's guide.
Has been depleted. New queen. Brenda's here, and she's disappointed. You're all mined out of that mineral field.
Creep between the bases. That's a small issue. The drone, you gotta get 50 drones by, for you, like 6 minutes. You can do it. There's a difference between the players who are staring at their fucking Zerglings because their Zerglings are so beautiful and like they love their Zerglings, and no matter what, they have more. Well, I've got to control my Zerglings because if you don't control your Zerglings, then what else are you doing with your life? And that's an important question. But you didn't build any Zerglings. Credit to you. So, you have every opportunity to get those workers on time. So do it. Don't fucking undercut yourself. Don't be like, oh, I'm sorry. I ran for the first time in 3 years and I got shin splints. I don't think that's what we got here. Nobody actually knows what shin splints... It's like bone spurs. It's a thing that we think is something that old people get, but nobody's quite sure what it means. Does it mean you're a dinosaur? Because if so, that's pretty cool. Because that's what I think of. I ran in track for a year or two. Fun fact. Sports. It was terrible. Why would you run for the sake of it? It's the 21st century. So then I did pole vault, which is just going to break your entire body at once. But I wasn't good enough, so I could never go high enough to break all of myself at once, so that's good.
All done evolving. Mineral field.
Good.
That's a lot of queens. Oh, I remember this game. Besides the supply blocks here. This is good. This is a good army composition. With 2-1, I remember being mildly scared here. And if you go back to my commentary with Ty Frank / James S.A. Corey, I'll be like, oh, wow, that's a lot of queens.
Mutate.
And then being scared of those queens. So, this is good.
Slimy friend.
The thing is, you gotta be able to walk and chew gum, or walk and build drones, or walk and do anything else at the same time. And don't worry, you got every opportunity, especially since the creep didn't spread. Well, you almost got it to the third, but you're walking, if that. Because those queens have shin splints and bone spurs, and it's a real problem. They used to fly, so they were not designed for the ground. I wasn't familiar with this map, that's fair. And not many people are, and that's sad. Okay, so that's a lot of cannons. What is the actual answer to that many void rays? This is most of it. This is the actual answer. Microbial Shroud. If they do not have Storm, Microbial Shroud is actually good. It has quite a large radius, and it directly reduces the damage of the void rays. And then at Hive, Viper's a Parasitic Bomb. Imagine, so here's how it ended. With 5 Void Rays and 10 Queens left over. And I know you can't just get Microbial Shroud, but imagine, I mean you had the money, but imagine 50% less damage from the Void Rays for most of that fight. Imagine what that would look like.
His base. Oh no.
Notice how the Void Rays did not give even a singular fuck about Spore Crawlers. Here's the problem with Spore Crawlers against Void Rays. Is you either build enough for them to care, and then you've, which is 5 of them, in which case you've now killed 5 of your own drones. Or you don't build them very much, or you build a couple, and they just burn right through them because they're Void Rays.
Base under attack.
So, I would say 2 max, and then you just gotta get units out in front of them. And this is why we build not all of our tech in the main, which some pro-zergs still do, and then this happens, Void Rays come just, gliding in and burn everything down, and then they're like, I need to rebuild all of my tech in my main again, which I've never understood. I get you the first time or the first 6 years of StarCraft, but
On your creep tumors. The swarm is threatened.
ugh.
Don't worry, it's not about winning or losing. It's about complaining on the internet.
Now, while your opponent was probably distracted, and even then was still playing a mediocre style of Sky Toss, but like the lack of Zerglings and the actual army composition, the drones are a problem. But I gotta give it a B plus. And you're like, you're just making yourself look good. No. That is the first time. Like, maybe if you actually fucking played the game instead of playing 7 games a season. If you're like, Winter, I played 340 games this season. What are you talking about? I don't think so. And if you have, that's sad, and I need to revise my grade. But is it closer to 7 games or 340? You tell me that. Are you really gonna do me like that? I'm surprised anyone did. Or was it someone else who had the kid? Shepard. Colony of Ants didn't answer the question about how many games he's played, but I'm putting it in the alright column for now. He said 1. You played 1 game this season. If you played 20 times that, you'd be diamond. He said 1 game. Wow. Next up is... The fuck is this? We have Jason, who is either Zealot or Jay Farrell. But that is not explained. Did I get skipped? Maybe someone came before you. Or maybe you did get skipped, Power Mose. I just zoned out when I saw this. I'm like, that looks like a lot of numbers. Let's go to the graphs. I like graphs. Literally, that's what happened. I already had it up, too. Never mind, not Jason. Jay Farrell. Don't tell me that it... Don't answer this. Don't put identifying information in your... Okay. We've got remarkable consistency, though PVZ is the worst. Is that all this season? Wow. That's not more than 340. I could care less. Oh, okay. Or you couldn't. So you care a little. Wait. Mose versus... Wait. Did you lose this one? Oh my god. Mose. Wow. Okay, so... Almost without fail. Every time someone sends me an account, like, this is my account. Can you look at it? They've won. Because the stereotype is people who won a game and are like, Winter... compliment me, even though they don't say that. That's what they meant. And then the same thing is advanced, like, I won 9 out of the last 12 games, Winter, look at this. But here we see just a normal ladder day. So reinforcing, like, the fact that he's played 500 games and is mixing it up a little sometimes. Like, we got some Zerg in there, but mostly Protoss, so Diamond Protoss. Against Clown account, which is a little sus, but... I didn't decide to skip it in case... It's okay, you're gold. You're slow. And a Terran, too, in gold. But I skipped someone else over to you because numbers are scary. And then I realized what I did. We will get back to yours next. Soon. I'm lost. Is this Moe's? Not your problem. It is at this point we remind people that the name is on the screen at every point during a replay. Just pointing that one out. The opener is right. Is that even the I think that's the one space gap. I'm pretty sure that's right there on the wall.
Glory to the day.
So you leave a probe in the wall. I usually like to keep a builder probe or like a probe at home on the 2 hotkey. You leave it in the wall so this doesn't happen until you get a second adept.
I have met the firstborn shall persevere. Glory.
It's not the end of the world. It's just, what if it had been 6 lanes?
Combat is upon us.
How angry is he today? Okay. Well, how can I resist? I had this discussion with my it's a weird state. We're not married, but we've been together for 8 years. So if you say girlfriend, it has a different connotation. And me and your mother, we've known each other for a while. We live together. Silver. But okay, now this is mixing it. Had this discussion. And we did decide as millennials, relatively young millennials, cuss definitely sounds dirtier than most words it describes. Like, the only time I've ever heard that is from someone who was trying not to say words that everyone else says. Nothing bad, but like, every time I hear someone say cuss, I'm like, ugh. I say, oh, that fucking bitch. It's like, okay, yeah, I mean they're a fucking bitch, but whatever. It's like, oh, he was cussing. Ugh. Disgusting.
Oh,
Yeah, it just sounds weird in my mouth. Okay. But okay, sure. But it's old man APM. We won't judge him for his age. If he wants to show it. Another variation is no cursing, which isn't quite as uncommon. So only like half the time I'm like, I'm not a fucking warlock. But half the time I do want to say that. If the scenario comes up, which it doesn't often, but like... I wish it did. Okay, so overall, there's been some probe production lacking, but it's been good. The Oracle was fine. What are we doing now, though? The double robo. I don't mind the adepts. The adepts are fine. If not cuss or curse, how would you describe semi-socially unacceptable words? I don't know. For me, it's like swearing, which is just boring enough and used for other things, so it doesn't have the weird connotation of a word that is just used to describe words that people shouldn't use, which is kind of the defeating the whole purpose in the first place. I think my mom says swearing. That might be why. She's talked to me about my swearing before, but now she just doesn't watch as much. So, who won that battle? My favorite way of saying it is words that shouldn't be used in polite company. But that could describe a whole range of things. Power modes. So, what's the double robo? Is that a mistake? Or is that a plan? I'm sorry, we didn't talk much about the game because there weren't too many mistakes, but this is where this is planned. So here's how this usually goes, is you build the double robo at your third, one as part of a wall, and two so that way your immortals don't get stuck behind your wall. But the focus before going, especially for a second robo, should be on getting your third set, because you don't want to go for 3 tech trees before getting your third, because then you have like this 2-minute space where you're trying to do everything. And you can't have the minerals to expand, to build out of your robos. Notice how you don't have money to actually build anything out of them. Maybe 1, but that's why you get the expansion, and then you get 1 or 2 robos, depending on what you want to do first, instead of trying to do all that and then expanding. It's a little counterintuitive, but the quicker you get the expand, the safer it is. So I'd recommend, before you get the robos, get the third, and then slap the robos on this pylon. That's how Neeb do it. Neeb, pretty good, because you're kind of doing, it's an older build, but it checks out, the adept into robo, because that should force roaches, and then you got immortal.
New subscriber.
Thank you, SCV Football, gifting to the people. Okay, so this is where you go wrong. Power modes, what are you doing wrong here? Ignore the plague. What's the problem here?
New subscriber detected.
Doing nothing. There you go. You got some probes. But this is when, like, you have no sentries warped in building energy. You have no forge building. Those robos have been sitting there for a full minute. They've just been chilling. They're there for, like, at some point we're going to use the robos. No, that's not how Starcraft works. And yes, it's important to control the adepts. But this is another reason why trying to go for everything and then going for an adept attack doesn't work out. Not just because you can't afford it, but also because your attention can't afford it.
Oh, good. Now I have your attention.
At least you're building probes. I'll give you that.
New subscriber detected.
So, the downside of losing, you do want to try to keep at least a few adepts alive. Because if you lose every single adept, he is going to use the same level of hotkeys. Actually, I think... Wait, let me check. You were using hotkeys. You're not using Select All Army, but I almost guarantee you he is. Ah! So, you gotta, despite all the distractions, you gotta focus. And at this point, Immortal should already be produced, and ideally keeping a few adepts alive, so that way he doesn't just F2A across the map, and hit you before you have immortals is super important. This part of the game, when you go for like a kind of a bit of a fragile build, you got your only units are oracles and adepts. You have 1 oracle and like 6 adepts. That's it. So you need to keep them busy. And while you get damage done, it's like we're 6. You went oracle first, so doing damage at this stage, he already has 50 drones. If he had 35 drones and you kill 8 drones, so that's a big deal. If he has 50 drones and you kill 8 drones, not as big of a deal. He can easily recover from that because you're both banking a fuck ton of money because you're both terrible. So that's why having a better plan behind it is important.
And it's not coming back.
Because when you do lose the adepts, at least you'll have the units done by then.
Donation confirmed.
Thank you, Nicholas. A good general rule. There are 2 rules now. I'm seeing a new rule emerge from pro tosses, which have been having a lot of success lately. So it depends. There are 2 options now. I'm getting this from Zest, so take it with a grain of handsome salt. But 50 probes equal 8 gates, or what I'll see from Zest, 50, or Zest and stats, 60 probes is more realistic to stop at, but then you go to 10 gates. So, and I think that makes more sense. When you go for 2 levels of tech early, you don't get the gates as quick. You can't really afford them, but you're buying time with all the tech you got. So you get to 60 probes, and this is, like, when I say 60 probes, I mean stop building probes. I'll see Zest and Stats not build probes for a full minute to make sure they get the gates up. So you hit 60 probes, you're at 67. You're gonna you can hover over and see the count. Twitch chat is in the way, being completely useless. But at 60 probes, get to 10 gates. You have 2 or 3 or 4, 6 more. Ideally, some to wall off here, and then the rest where the fuck ever. But you can afford 10 gates with 60 probes, and you already have the rest of your tech on the way behind it. So I recommend that. Like, you're getting there. You got the idea. I'm just giving you a timing. It's different. Like, I'm not saying what you're doing is wrong, but it could be more right. Are those immortals stuck? Or was the adept just in the way? So, surprise, surprise, you lost all your adepts, and now he's A-moving across the map.
Research is done. Your forces are just a little bit better.
Who could have predicted this? And this is partially why you focus on getting your robos at the right time, and 2, you're doing anything behind the adepts. 3, making sure you get your gates, because if you had another round of warp-ins and a couple more immortals, you hold this. But if you don't, then you just haven't gotten enough together back at home, and you fucking die. And this is the way I lose as well, because I don't focus on getting that production up nearly enough. Yeah, 1 more round of zealots, and this is not even close. Like, the fact that it's here, like, queens and a couple ravagers. And it's very close, like, the queens were a smart move from him. Are you Diamond 1 or Diamond 2? If you say Diamond 3, I will be very surprised.
Next time.
Diamond 1. Alright. So, I think... Now, this is... Like, it comes with the territory. Thank you for demonstrating what it looks like when someone actually plays the game. No offense, Colony Advance. I'm sorry. I meant some offense. Some offense. Let me be accurate. But I think you can take that, like, 60 probes, 10 gates, and then robos after 3rd, maybe at the 3rd. And just that. You don't need much more than that. The Oracle opener was good. The wall off wasn't terrible. The usual mistakes you see players make that only play 12 games a season weren't there. those, like, you just change the numbers around. So that for me, despite that, like, it's Diamond 1, we're going to Masters, it's a B, because it's still a big gap. And those are pretty big things. But I think you'll get there. So for those who don't know, it's been a bit. The Hope score is based on an average amount of games. Now, we see he's going to play more than that, but an average amount of games being 5 games per league. 5 for bronze, 10 for silver, 15 gold, 20 plat, 25 diamond. How likely I think in a month you'll move up a league. And in diamond, it's move up a tier. Because Diamond League tiers are actually larger than most of the lower leagues. Like, moving from Diamond 3 to Diamond 2 is more MMR than Platinum entirely. So that's what partially why it's split up into that. So a B means I'm pretty confident. Like, if he puts in 25 games a week, he'll probably go to Masters. Maybe it'll take a couple months, but I think he's going to get there. A C is like, you're right where you belong. A D is like, how did you get here, you cheesy fuck? Who did you pay off? An F is, please stop texting me. I don't want to see it. I never responded. You've never responded. I don't know what you're doing. Like, and then there are other options. And like, is there a rubric I can check somewhere? No, it's whatever I feel like at the time. So that's based on my feelings, and my feelings are the only important ones. Because they're backed up by science. I'm a science man. Alright, we got Jason. The Gold Leaguer. Yes. Jason! Jason Farrell! Please. Jason Farrell Williams, please come down. We have your Okay, he's here. We gotta make sure, because he doesn't hear good. I think he's gonna get Proxy Reapered and die and be like, Winter, how do you stop it? It's like, well, sometimes you'll die.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Additional
Honestly, Proxy Reaper, well executed, is tough to stop if you don't see it. Okay. He walled off. You get in. So he has no gas. Yeah, no gas.
Our SCVs are under attack.
If he has no gas at all. So most of the time, I would think this would represent a quicker expand. Either way, it's dumb. This is not a good build. But here's what I recommend. If he has no gas, build a bunker. If he has 2 gas, build a bunker. If he has 1 gas and a barracks in his base, you don't need a bunker. But 0 gas or 2 gas is suspicious. And also, if he walls off before your SCV gets there explicitly, build a bunker. Build a bunker right here. Maybe next to your expo, but usually right there. Oh, so this is what he's doing. Yeah, this is a terrible build. This is very dumb. But it might work, because it's one of those, like, it's hard for it to fit. Like, Kybrick got to plat off this shit, so... it'll just work sometimes, and it's hard to deal with. So, usually you go 2, 3 Reapers, and then a Hellion. 2 Reapers and a Hellion. A Marine... okay, so this is the Barracks of Shame. Why is it the Barracks of Shame? This is the barracks you build because you forgot that your expansion is about to finish and you're going to need minerals for other things. Because right before your expo finishes, if you don't build a bunker or anything, and you build a Marine instead of a Reaper and are getting a reactor, so you haven't built anything for a while, You get enough minerals to maybe go for something like this. But you are not in a 2-barracks situation. You are in a, I need a starport. It's called a 1-1-1, not a 1-1, and then give me a barracks. A tech lab. Okay, and oh, a starport, yes. No. It's a 1-1-1. 1-1-1 is my normal opener. So what is this? This is not a 1-1-1. It's like, I want a fries with a Coke, and you gave me 2 sets of fries. It's like, not what I meant. But I am suspecting something. So if you're suspecting something, how is a barracks going to help? Are you suspecting something in 3 minutes, or right now? Or in the near future? Because 1 more barracks is not going to help you. More Marines? You know what's even better than more Marines? Is anything... You know what the worst unit in TVT is? Like, you should be able to get this. We've been leading up... What is the worst unit in TVT in the first 5 minutes? The worst unit. Marines. No, SCVs are better. SCVs have purpose. They're not terrible at fighting. They can repair each other. They can repair your good units. They can build buildings for your good units. Marines just sit there at like 20% of the strength that they could be in 10 minutes. Like, Marines are not a defense. 2 Marines are not better than a bunker or a Hellion.
Complete.
SCV ready.
If you had built a bunker when you were suspicious, then it still wouldn't have helped because these Marines would have showed up. The answer is you have to build out of your buildings, not build more buildings. I will give you this. It was pretty well hidden. It's hard to realize based off of just, like, he had the barracks. He hid this well. But in this state, it's not that many Marines here. Okay, actually, I thought this was more Marines. There's only 6 Marines. If you had a Reaper and a Marine in a bunker, it does nothing. Yeah, but the gas? You saw him start the gas! You saw him start it! Your gas was already done, and you had mined 100 by the time you saw him start it. The gas for him, I don't even know, he's not even doing anything with it. The gas is 100% whatever he comes up with if this fails. He has no plan. You have barely more than that. Sorry, not what I meant. What did you mean? Just build a bunker at the front. You know what? No more thinking. Stop thinking. Build a bunker. So here's what you do. Here's the timing. You build your second depot on 22. 22. And then that SCV ain't done. That SCV goes down, builds a goddamn bunker. And that bunker should be done unless he's proxying, like, inside of your natural. In which case, that's your fault. You should have scouted for that. Or floating buildings into your main, which you surprisingly scouted for. And also, 6 Marines can be killed by SCVs. Like, if you really need to, you pull a dozen SCVs with a Reaper, and you can kill those Marines. Because right now, like, well, the only important thing is not dying. So the answer here is build something. Do something! Come on! Fucking do something! You got enough for a tank? Or a Liberator?
Base is under attack.
No. It doesn't matter where they came from. They're here now. I don't care where they came from. You can't send them back. Finding out where the barracks are is not more important than keeping your orbital alive. Like, float your orbital away and build a fucking tank. So you might be like, well, he would have just killed me. Okay, let's try to figure out when you saw this. How long does a tank take to build? I will give you, this is partially because your build wasn't very good, is you don't have enough gas for a tank. But a tank costs 125 gas. I'm going to start counting then. Okay? Oh, he shows up. You were thinking about a bunker. It wasn't on time. Don't build a second rack. So that's a waste of money. So,
Add-on complete.
it's at this beautiful moment that you now have enough money for a siege tank. Which, usually I don't recommend just building a tank, but just build a goddamn tank. It's right there. There are Marines in your base. I don't care. They walked. I guarantee you they walked. I don't care from where at this point. The problem is here. It's like, yeah, but he built the barracks outside. It doesn't matter. Deal with the problem. I wish I had known that about SCVs. You haven't seen a game where a player just pulls... Like, you don't pull SCVs down the ramp when you can build a tank. It's your last choice, but it is a choice you can make. Like, you don't want to just be like, I'm pulling the SCVs. You're not bit by bit, but it's not... it's on the table. So, at 3:30, you can build a tank. A tank takes 32 seconds to complete. So at 4:02, a tank could be done.
Command center upgrade.
No, we're not typing. The tank could be done right now. Do you think a tank would be pretty fucking useful right now? Instead of GGing and leaving the fucking game like a total bitch, you could have had a tank? You think a tank would have had some use in this scenario? You might be like, well, he's way ahead. No, he's fucking not. All he has are a dozen Marines at the bottom of your ramp and a bunch of dreams of getting to platinum. So that way you can be like, I got to platinum after fucking 3 years of not learning how to play. And still they haven't. Yes, this might be Kybrit, but at least I got to play. All you have to do is slow it down a little bit. Even if he gets through the depot and kills the tank, he has nothing. His IQ and his APM are about the same. I mean, is that true for you? I don't think so. You seem to have a brain, though it is hurting you. So, instead of trying to figure out where he came from, you could have just, if you really wanted to know where the barracks came from, you can just go to the replay. On the leaving the game screen, instead of score screen, you can press rewind. If you're really desperate to know where on this relatively small map the barracks were, you can find that out. But maybe try not to lose the fucking game instead of trying to scout the map. How about that? How about we do that? So this didn't come down to how to scout it. This came down to not giving up at the first sign of trouble.
Carrier has arrived.
And his name is John C. He's gonna get in the ring and put boots to asses. This
Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now?
Yes, yes. Let the anger flow through you, young winner. Yes. Good, good.
Thank you very much. I need to be better at fighting till the end. You need to be better about fighting in the beginning. You didn't fight at all. You just rolled the fuck over. And then complimented him. That's all you did. That's what this game was. And then you leave. 404. Backbone not found. I thought those Marines were going to tear through the depots. Yeah, they were. That's what Marines do when you build them. So that goes into the shame and also total bitch column. Marines at negative 12% right now. You're no longer allowed to leave the game until all your workers are dead. There, that's all I can do for you. Until all of your SCVs are dead. I don't care how much they bitch about it. Not your buildings, all of your workers. Make them pull the boys, and then you can leave. You might be like, what's all these stats? I hope they're becoming clear. Shame is usually just reserved for Platinum Zergs. Oh, that reminds me. We didn't look at Shepard's replay, but I did forget. My bad.
Shame.
We did enough.
Shame.
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 My bad. I need to put the numbers in. Okay. That was a lot, and that was pretty long for 4 minutes. Now we have the supply block simulator. Oh, wait. He's going to tell me, no, I'm the other Protoss. Nope. Trying to figure out how to get higher. Enhance. Enhance. That didn't actually enhance, it just... Because Breath over here formatting so that way no matter what screen you're on, you get the entire chart. What a guy. Thinking that one through. Come on. Putting more work into his free-to-use site than most paid ones. I mean, you can pay for it $5 a month. SC2ReplayStats.com. Everyone thank Breath and tell him that he lets people who should never have their replays on the site be on the site. And he's such a nice guy for that because they're painful. And obviously he looks at each individual one of the many millions of replays. What was I doing? Oh yeah, we were looking at this replay, not just the supply block. Though we could just look at the supply block, but let's see. The total amount of time supply block. Remember, it's all in the first 10 minutes, pretty much. There's like 20 seconds at 11 minutes. But in the first 10 minutes, supply blocked for 2 of it. Hey, have you tried being able to build units for 20% of the game? And probes? Have we tried that? Also, he wins this game, of course. Might I add? Oh, okay. I was hoping that your opponent would be AFK for longer than 5 seconds. Oh yeah, let me get a quick video loaded. Just... Did he have his bases in production hotkeyed? Who the fuck are you talking to? I wasn't... That last game, I wasn't paying attention. Were you? Or were you just throwing that out there? Spoilers. We'll see. So Platinum Protoss definitely can tilt either way. There are plenty of Protoss, like Platinum is a pretty rare place. A lot of players who get past Gold get to Diamond as Protoss. Statistically. Let me bring up the stats. SC2ReplayStats.com. We have the numbers. Terrible. That's like a fucking crowdsourced corporate motto that means absolutely nothing. We have the numbers. Okay. Which numbers? It sounds weird. Okay, Amazon, stop saying it. Jesus. Am I actually correct on this? No, statistically, Platinum is about even. But that's a lie. The people who are likely to send in to Angry Coach are not the same people. Diamond, on the other hand, is actually more Zergs. So while my stereotypes are not based in physical fact, they are based... you gotta weight it with how stupid some of the players are per race. I'm judging them based on their race. So, And then, of course, we do have to point out, here's the real thing. Why aren't you guys all in GM? On NA, 84 players, 43% are Grandmaster. 43% of Grandmaster is Protoss. This is just unrelated. On EU, though, it's 88. 88 out of 200. 44%. On Korea, the stats are still skewed. I'm not sure. Wait, are they returning API in Korea now? It's only 38%. But Protoss, almost double or double Zerg in GM. The real issue here is that random players make up like a total of 10 slots on GM across all the servers. There are 0 random players on EU, 5 on Korea, and 4 on NA. So I gotta put my... And on NA, half of those are pig. So... At least. It might be 3 out of 4. That is actually true, though. Okay, so this is the most important part of the game to make sure you don't slow down on your build. If you're going to go for a 1-gate expand... Okay, it works. I don't think I'm top 10 ranked. Wait. On SC2 replay stats, it's not just for replays, but it's also for stats. I'm going to be disappointed. I'm definitely not in the top 10 random players right now. I can't even search by race. What a terrible site. Or can I? I don't know. I think we have to go to ranked for the win for that. I want to know now. I've played a little bit more than none this season. So... America, random. Okay, yeah. Oh, there are a lot of players who play like 1 game. So your MMR from your main race does carry over to the other races. So that means a lot of top players will play random for enough time to get placed, and their MMR will be super high. Yeah. Sad. The 60-second best. Just absolutely terrible. Though I do blame the MMR carrying over. Like, if Scarlet lost 30 games as random somehow, which would be nearly impossible, it would still come out as 6k MMR or so. Who wins in Pig versus Winter? Also, am I on the tree? Well, you gotta check. And also, that's a lot to unpack. So, like, what is it, arm wrestling? Is it like a modeling contest? Is it Starcraft 1v1? Because the answer is Pig. But, like, think of the clicks.
Your base is under attack.
Yes. I like that. It's like, well, Pig used to be a pro player, but he's not a pro player anymore. Winter, who has way more experience not being a pro player, would dunk on him. That's how it works. Okay. Oh, I thought you were building a zealot. And a probe block. Hotkey the probe. I put it on 2. I usually put any probe I need to do important shit on my side of the map, I put on the 2 key. If it needs to do important shit on the other side of the map, I put it on 3. And then I pretend to not use the select all army hotkey with the 1 key. I put observers on 6, production on 5, next eye on 4, You can use the warp gate hotkey for your gateways. I don't use army hotkeys. All right. Thank you for being upfront about that. Strike one. That is dumb. And also stupid. But I respect your honesty.
Pylons. Need more pylons.
And let the supply blocks begin. Like, so... I see Shaman coming? Really? You think so? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. People don't speak in paragraphs anymore, old man. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Just take it to AIM or something.
Research fin.
What was I saying here, though? No. This is not a shame. His first 4 minutes were not terrible, which is all you really need to get to Diamond. The first 5 minutes are even better, as you hear me say. But you don't need to use hotkeys to get to Diamond, even though they might help you play slower, like you probably are. A lot of people think not using hotkeys makes things easier. What's going to happen if you're a smart enough player, if you're using this crutch to walk around, you can only go so fast with your fucking crutches. Like, people, I've seen, there are definitely better athletes confined to goddamn wheelchairs. There are people who could probably run faster than me that don't actually have physical legs, which sounds nice, but it probably isn't. And I'm not talking cyberpunk, I'm talking real life, but this is not a hallucination. This is actual StarCraft here. And at some point, what happens to many of these players who don't use hotkeys is they work around their crutches. They work, like, what you'll see is players who are so desperate not to mess up their select all army hotkey, they'll just stare at their army. So that way they don't accidentally move the 6 stalkers they were defending against drops with. So that they just keep selecting and staring. Like, just use them. Just one at a time. Just fake select all army hotkey. Get in the habit of slamming your select all army key, F2. I have it on tilde, which, if you're not looking closely, you might think that's a graphical glitch. No, it's on the tilde key, which is this one over here by the escape key and the tab key, and also something that will remain unnamed because I'm too cool for it. Which side does fucking, but just do that. At some point, slam that control 1, and then you're using hotkeys. Congratulations. We all started somewhere, and most of us didn't get much further than that.
But I'm still.
Do you have to set your keyboard to Spanish to use the tilde key? I think that's a joke, but I think it's very stupid. I'm not sure. Soy es estúpido.
Need more pylons, or free up some supply.
Soy means I? Yeah. What does this stupido mean? I just called myself... Yes, that was the joke! Oh my god. Oh. Jesus Christ. Mi amigos. Tú estúpido. So this is like the Twitch chat thing here. Three forges are not bad. I don't mind it. It's not a bad time for forges, and it's not like you're going forges instead of gates. So, usually go for 2. The problem with 3 forges is the gas for shields. Shields aren't that important until you get a bunch of Archons. But you're a probe builder. We got a probe here. We got a prober. We got a big prober over here. So, good job on the probes. I'm gonna give you the same that we gave earlier. Jimmy, what the fuck?
Donation confirmed.
Which
I've
is
been
60
playing for
probes,
about 2
10
months.
gates. 60 probes, 10 gates. And then a forge by 6 minutes. So 60 probe equal 10 gate. And then forge 6 minutes. There you go. There's your notes. I don't know why I saved this. Like, this is actual fucking coaching. No, get out of here. I hit the save button like I was gonna send it to someone.
Probes are under attack. Mind out of that cluster. Research all done.
So that's for big probers like this. You just gotta give them something. That's what I think. Like Templar Archives. Fuck it. Let's pick a number. Templar Archives. 65 probes. No, not 65. Templar Archives at 8 minutes. There you go. There's your timing. Templar. I'm just making up I don't think that's like a pro gamer number, but I'm just giving him a number. Remember this? Write it down. Templar 8 minutes. There you go. This can go for most of your builds. This is not specific to PvP. We haven't done anything specific to PvP this game. Using 65 probes at a time. Hey! Zan, you haven't played... Well, you played Legacy of the Void. We know that. But people have gotten so good at building workers. Like, Stats has 65 probes in like 6 minutes. It's ridiculous. Like, essentially, if you don't do any real early aggression on either side, people are at 70 workers at 6-7 minutes. Zergs are getting 70 workers by 5 minutes. People just, especially on a map, this map is like 4 times the length of Steps of War. So you can't really touch each other and then bam, 70 workers. It's 4 steps. 4 steps, the staircase of war. But that's why we have the Speedulas. This map is as close to Lost Temple as we get. What the fuck are you saying? That is just not true. It's not, like, what the fuck? It's just not even remotely close to accurate. Kybrit. There was literally a map called Shattered Temple, which was Lost Temple, but not as broken. Ironically. This map is iconic. Oh, it's iconic because you know what? You can pay for your own books and your own bookkeepers all you want. You can put it on the New York Times bestseller list if you pay enough. But I am not accepting what the fuck you're saying in your stupid-ass book as something that makes any sense for any normal fucking people.
Mineral patch is gone. Upgrades finished. Pylons are the powerhouse of the protons. An upgrade's been completed.
Using an annoying announcer pack. Archons. Most of Protoss, really, but especially the higher levels, is every minute you delay Archons that you should be getting it. I'm gonna say every minute after 7 minutes it takes you to get Archons is 100 less MMR. Each minute quicker is 100 more MMR. Sometimes you have players in Platinum who get it like 14 minutes. 700 more MMR, they'd be Diamond 1. They got it at 8 minutes. There you go. More Archons. Archons are amazing. Even against Protoss. You'll see pro games where people, like, the clusterfuck, the, like, creeper world level of blue energy that just mashes into each other. Disruptors don't even kill them. Like, disruptors have a radius almost as large as your mother, and they still don't hit nearly enough Archons. Archons are incredible. You want to sit there with no fucking hotkeys? Archons are there for you. Oh, he's getting Archons. He got a Temple Arc. Don't you dare get Storm. Don't you pretend, Mr. I don't use hotkeys, that we're gonna get Storm.
Give them some trouble.
Immediately make those out. Don't hesitate. You're not gonna feedback. If you're looking for feedback from me, stop lying to yourself. You're gonna give any feedback to your opponents. Build the immediate, and it's not a storm is not a thing except maybe against like High Templar. That is like the only unit. It's not a thing. Void Race.
A mineral field has been.
Storm isn't bad against Void Race. Archons are still great. What the fuck are those? Are those hallucinate? What are you gonna headbutt him with the hallucinate? That was obviously a miss.
Upgrade complete.
Oh look, I'm macroing, Mom. So you had to move your camera all the way back. If you had a hotkey for your army, you could just double tap it instead of having to move your camera back. But I mean, good to focus. So this game is for some fucking stupid ass reason 25 minutes long. So why the fuck? Tell me right now, Fazzy J, why this game does not end in the next minute. You explained Dark Templars. What? I mean, yeah, of course it's Dark Templars. Bring an observer. Observers are hard to use if you don't use any hotkeys, but they literally, in one of the genius moves of the StarCraft 2 Banana Lands team, and I do say, like, this is unironically genius, that for the very first time, they made a change that affects stupid-ass Platinum Leaguers who refuse to use hotkeys like yourself, and pro players alike. They added surveillance mode and oversight mode. Terran gets nothing because they have map hacks at the press of a button. Where you can siege up and immobilize your observer or overseer, so it gives you slightly more vision, which you're doing. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? It's right. Ah! Wow. It doesn't solve these problems, but demonstrated here. It gives you 25% more vision, but it keeps the observer from moving. When you're leaning so hard on your select all army crutch, it breaks. So it is designed. It gives a slight benefit to pro players who use it. And if you want to have it in your hotkeys and all that. And for you crutch masters over here in the Platinum League, it keeps you from flying into cannons. He watched. He waited for his moment. But now was not the time. Can we point out your goddamn opponent is going carrier DT? He's like, what are the most annoying Protoss units? Uh-huh. Get me those. Not good, but only good against incompetent players.
You're all mined out of that.
Like players who literally can't micro or use detection, which is kind of the same thing.
You took all the minerals from that.
Fine. That's not a like, aha! No, that's fine. If you're gonna build cannons, you better do it with purpose at this stage. And in fact, cannons, in one of the few scenarios where the actual answer is cannons, this is it. Against carrier DT, when you've already eviscerated his economy. Cannons are an actual good move here. You're maxed out. Building mass cannon battery is... This is not a bad play. But something implies, are you gonna fly your observers into cannons or some shit? Where are the observers? Where are your observers? How many times do you have to die to DTs? How many goddamn times do you have to die to Dark Templar The answer is 2 minimum. All you have to do, like, you have to micro 1 observer. That is it. That is your entire job. Just move your army, and then micro 1 observer. Like, no, I don't use hotkeys. Well, you don't win then. Many of your games, you don't win. You have accepted that a percentage that is not insignificant of your games, you're just gonna fucking lose because you're a fucking loser. That's why. Did you see the Archons? Oh, yeah. I didn't see them at the end there. What happened? You might be like, but Winter, he killed all my Archons. Yeah, he did. How did he kill them all, actually? There were a bunch of DTs in it. Some of them died, and then the Observer did. Might be like, the Carriers killed them. If your Immortals... So, if your Immortals didn't die to DTs after this, if the DTs were killed, and you lost all your anti-air, fine. You got 8 Immortals. You could walk through and, like, do a fucking super slam pile driver on 3 of his Nexi before those Immortals die. Or some other, whatever your favorite wrestling move, did that one. With 6 Immortals with, like, 2-3-2 upgrades, they walk up and slap the Nexus across the face like it's the 1960s.
You took all the minerals from that. Mineral patch is gone.
But instead, there are DTs. The DTs did a significant amount to start. If there were no DTs, it's just 2 Tempests. This 1 Immortal is a real and present danger to the Nexus. There's 2 Interceptors and, like, 2 Tempests. But once again, this all comes down to being able to micro any observers. And yes, at some point, you do have to micro observers. A little bit. If your opponent is the only thing keeping him alive is making glass cannon units, that melee units that require detection, you require detection. He's forced that. So you must keep your observers alive. And you've made enough of them.
A mineral field has been depleted.
Also, some people might bring up, more intelligent, you could use Revelation on Oracles. But then let's think. Could he, though? Which one is more to ask? And just because, like... Okay.
Oh, a follower.
This is just not even
Is that all?
related. But... It's a little... You know, we're never going to miss an opportunity. I would never be one to miss an opportunity. So... Let's do some math. How much do you need to build observers?
You know, they say all men are created equal, but you look at me and you look at Small Joe, and you can see that statement is not true. See, normally if you go one-on-one with another wrestler, you got a 50-50 chance of winning. But I'm a genetic freak, and I'm not normal. So you got a 25% at best at beating me. And then you add Kurt Angle to the mix, your chances of winning drastically go down. See, the 3-way at Sacrifice, you got a 33 1/3 chance of winning. But I got a 66 2/3 chance of winning because Kurt Angle knows he can't beat me, and he's not even going to try. So Small Joe, you take your 33 1/3 chance, minus my 25% chance, so you got an 8 1/3 chance of winning at Sacrifice. No. But then you take my 75% chance of winning if we just go one-on-one, and then add 66 2/3%. I got 141 2/3 chance of winning at Sacrifice. I'm a genetic freak. See, Joe, I'm not normal. The numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you at Sacrifice.
I don't think I could have said it better myself.
Carrier has arrived.
Your precious pylon is falling. Save the pylon.
So, this game should have come down... We get it. DTs are good.
WNTRDRONE Ferris Bueller, you're my hero. WNTR
Mind out of
love.
that cluster. And still in the game? Your pylon is under siege. Your pylon's being
I think he tried to recall there. This should never be a base trade.
minerals from that cluster.
Oh my god. So, there is also the solution. And I do not agree with this. If you build enough observers, they are likely to stay alive for long enough for you to win the fight. That is, you know, I'll give you that. I do appreciate the complete and utter brute force approach to it, but
Mineral patch is gone.
I started microing them in that fight. You built a half a dozen and also made any effort to keep them alive. Now imagine if there was some way to control them independently of the rest of your army, because, you know, they're conscientious observers, as opposed to trying to fight the cannons. Like, if there was only some way to have a group of units you could control independently, then that would be, like, that seems like a groundbreaking mechanic.
Mind out of that cluster. And still in the game? Nice. No more gas left in that guy. A mineral field. Assimilator's exhaust.
Fuck is wrong with you people?
GG!
Nice recovery. What is he? One, you're playing the type of opponent who thought you were recovering. You were never recovering. You kept tiring yourself out with your stupidity. He was losing the whole game. Like, but nice. Nice recovery. Like, I gotta give you credit for being who you are. My mitten-handed friend. Which is how I assume you micro like that. But, like, you need to do a little, not a lot, a little tiny bit. So it's like it's a B-. Because your macro was good. Right up until you had to control anything. But even then, just a little, just... I'm gonna bring Protoss. That's gonna give me about 38%. 0.8. Repeating, of course. That's what I'm getting from that. And also, alright. Okay. Now we have nobody. Okay. After that experience. Sitting Duck. Then his Exile, Kybrit. Nicholas, Valentine. Sitting Duck says, nothing. He doesn't say anything. He just is also a Platinum Protoss, and now will be judged against Pazzy J. How convenient. Just how it works out. But this is Protoss versus Zerg against Silly Old Bear. More Obs works in pro games. I remember, like, I was wearing this surprisingly relevant shirt when Parting won a series with an Observer. You might be like, what? Observers don't attack. He was playing, I'm pretty sure it was against a Terran. And the observer micro he did, he got a scan, he got an auto turret out of a Raven, and then he drew a Widow Mine hit into an army right before his Blink Stalkers came in with one observer. So essentially, that observer bought so much space and time, the Stalkers walked in and won the game afterwards. But the observer did the heavy lifting, which I don't know how many other players have won a game effectively with an observer. But what series is that? I think it was in an earlier round of a GSL. I would imagine. Probably against someone like Cure. Sorry, Cure. There are other Terrans, but Cure is the best example of a pro player who always does well that makes everyone feel like they could be a pro player. And then sometimes it doesn't look so good. Okay, so the close to the right build and close to the right spot for that you could just build the cyber core a little to the right and it would still be a 2-building wall. Well, this isn't a 2-building wall. You can 2-building wall on this map. You just right on the edges. Well, at least you know. No, still wrong. Wait, is that wrong? That might be fine. So usually it's better to leave a gap next to the gateway, but in this case it doesn't matter. He's not going early pool. Fine. At least no, you don't need a zealot. Why do you scout? Okay, sitting duck. Why do you scout? Why? What is your probe scouting for? Tell me what your big probe is scouting for. Fill me in. Checking for early pool and expansion and gas for speed. Okay, so what did your probe see? It's scouted. We'll take a look. Your probe has already seen all this. An expansion, okay, and a pool. So this is obviously leading to the question of why the fuck are you making a zealot? Yeah, there you go. At least you got to it first. I held your hand and dragged you there, but there you go. The zealot is safety for those who don't know why they want it. It's like, well, I have a zealot to protect me. From what? Existential dread. Good luck. Historically, being a zealot has done a lot for that.
Donation confirmed.
Roddy build a
Wanna
zealot
watch
sometimes.
a Zerg pretend he is Diamond 1, Masters
right
3,
price.
whatever the fuck rank I am?
Is that going to be another one against me while I'm doing an interview simultaneously and I lose? I bet. Because if it is, that would be sad, but I'm sure it's not. It's not. I'm proud of you. I had to check to see if I'm going to disappoint myself later. Roddy sometimes build a zealot. Does Roddy scout for an early pool first? Is the zealot part of the build? Or is Roddy like, well, I need all of my gas to go double Stargate Phoenix, and I literally am not going to make an adept, because that way I can't get double Stargate. Which, I mean, you do you, right? So the reason you usually don't see probes die to a queen is because you build an adept to scout for a third, potentially. And, okay, what is this? No, the zealot walls. You built a good wall. Good enough, I think. Maybe not. I don't know. But the focus should probably be more on what you're doing than what your opponent is. This... Are we doing, like, a Stargate build or something? Oh, what the fuck? Bro, okay. What type of controller are you using? I like the PS4, but I hear the PS5 controller's good. And actually, I don't know how many games support it right now. Like, for using PC. I don't have... I guess I do have a PS4, but we don't have it hooked up. That's a steering wheel? No, it's a controller. Steering wheel would just be every probe. Wait. Are those 3 probes not going to build the robo? I have no idea what those 3 probes are doing. Charge that Archon Immortal. No, that's not what I meant. I said, what controller are you using? And you said, charge that Archon Immortal, which is a controller build. So, Fazzy J, I'd like to update your score to a B, by the way. Because I forgot how bad Platinum actually looks. In hindsight, lucky you. This is much closer to what I expected. Which is, we're not building probes. We've got 3 Chronos banked up. Have not built an Adept. Scouted, but in name only. And now we're trying to work out the mining for the workers we do have while not building any more to support them. And building a robo because, like, 100 gas late because, I don't know, fuck it, build a robo. Also, I'm high gold. Enhance. Oh wait, Fazzy J is high gold? No, not sitting. I'm sorry. I thought Sitting Duck was defending himself. So Fazzy J, yeah, you get B is maybe a little conservative on that. I'm very plat. Oh, yes. That's what I meant. Like, gold players who get to plat either are going to move up or we're lucky to get there in the first place. And, why are the probes going back home? You're like, why? I should have 16 probes mining. 1, why were there probes down there? 2, if you built fucking probes, maybe you'd have 16 probes mining. And let's dispel with the idea that having exactly or slightly under actually matters. Okay, let's bring the fucking math up. I have... Where is my stupid... Here you go. Here you go. Where's my... SC2 mining math. I should just have this. Jimmy, can we get a fucking preset for this? We don't pay by the preset. I'm putting it up. Because this comes up way too fucking often. Everybody's like, well, it becomes red after 16. So that's bad. I have advocated to no avail for making it yellow, but... Math is for nerds. Unfortunately, there are too many nerds. So here's the deal. Here's what happens. You see here, at 16 workers, you don't get as much efficiency. At 16 workers, it drops off. But it's still better than long-distance mining up until 24 or so. After that, you start getting less and less efficiency. 20. So why? Why is it like that? So what happens? Let's watch the stupid-ass probes mine if they could stop getting interrupted by randos. Here's what happens. They mine, they grab the minerals, they're like, tasty-ass minerals, we should bring these home. And then the other probe mines. But if you notice, despite whatever he's doing, let's just try to get some uninterrupted probes. There is a gap. There is a gap, especially on the long patches, where the probes are... Nobody's mining. Nobody, like right here, nobody's mining. So a third probe can get in on the action. Yes, there is some overlap, and that's why the efficiency goes down over time. But especially on the longer patches, And don't micro it. They'll figure it out on their own. The probes are definitely smarter than you. This isn't Brood War. The probes will figure it out. But especially up until 20 probes. But even all the way up till 24, it's better to have probes on one base than to long distance mine. Now the difference here was trying to get to 16 probes. But so here's the stupidity. Here's the stupidity there. So notice that our friend, Mr. Sitting Duck, he's not doing anything. He's just sitting there, which makes sense. He's not building any probes, but let's assume he was, which is kind of, you know, like even TSL caster / icon of the 2010s, Day 9, best known as a brother of Tasteless, probes and pylons. Probes and pylons. You have done a mediocre job of both, but we're going to assume he's building probes. So, taking workers that you've already sent to your natural and bringing them back to your main to get 16 while you're actively going to build probes on your main, assuming you do, of course, which you are intermittently, is just putting more effort in to be more inefficient. Because you're going to be putting probes at your natural anyways. It's not going anywhere, so the probes are there. You moved them there for some reason in the first place. I don't know why, but you did. And then you went out of your way to bring the probes back to your main, which is now rallying to your natural. It's a small thing. It's maybe 50, 100 minerals. Tops. But that tells me you are willing to put in multiple actions of effort to be more inefficient instead of building fucking probes. Which is like your only job. So that does not bode well for you.
Research complete.
The first war. Glory to the firstborn.
The build should not, like, happen to come together. It shouldn't be like, oh, I'll get a Twilight now. There should be some sort of plan. You can go Robo first, but if you're going to go Robo first with no Observer, just know there's not a small chance, especially since you didn't Adept Scout. Like, he either just goes mutas, or he shows up at your base with a bunch of Zerglings. Like, just building an Immortal for the sake of building an Immortal is usually fine, but it's definitely giving up any opportunity to stop yourself from getting rolled by any amount of things that aren't roaches. Immortals are good, but they're not everything to start. They're not Archons. What are we doing? What the fuck is this? Are these 4 unglaved Adepts going out an important priority? Like, is this when you're just... How many games do you play a month? 4? 5? 8, maybe? On the outside? Because this is like, oh yeah, this. Oh yeah, that. Oh yeah, this. Like, we got a general idea. But, so there are 2 options. It's not necessarily bad if you play 50 games. It just means you have no plan. But if you play 8 games, this is like... and we'll see what it's close to. You can't be relearning your build because the last time you played was a week and a half ago. Because your build isn't even very good in the first place. So a normal Glaives timing can hit at about 4:30 to 5 minutes. Like, with 12 Glaved Adepts. You're hitting with 4 non-Glaved Adepts with no Warp Prism, which is less. Like, a significant amount less. And also, you haven't built a single fucking probe throughout this. You said you were going Charge Lot Archon Immortal. You're not going for anything. 4 Adepts is nothing, and you're literally doing nothing else. This is actively doing less. What are 4 Adepts? Even if they killed 10 drones, you could have built 10 probes in this whole experience. Oh, but we're gonna micro the fuck. It's like microing Zerglings. And you're supply blocked, so you can't build more probes. That's my bad. That's my bad. I didn't realize how bad you were on that. So, So now you find... Oh, now we're microing our macro. You're sitting on the edge of his damn creep. So, oh my god, did the adepts just die? Because you have 4 adepts in 5.5 minutes! You could have waved your dick at him and it would have done more damage because he'd be so busy laughing. But you come in with 4 adepts. What the fuck? Why did you build the adepts? What was the point? Legitimate, like, that was a... I have adepts, and I'm too scared to take a third. Those adepts, the reason why players that are exponentially more intelligent than yourself, those adepts are for taking a third. If you're going for another build, you build adepts to make sure your third doesn't die to Zerglings when you're getting your good units. You don't just hand them to them and be like, well, I guess I can't take a third because I have no fucking units. You could plan more than 3 seconds ahead. Well, then maybe we'd have something going. But you just threw away your entire opportunity for a macro advantage. The adepts could have scouted earlier and seen he had a third. This is the third that people usually take. We went to the other one, of course. Probes have barely been in production. Somehow we've only managed to eke out 40 probes despite banking 500 minerals for the last minute and a half. We got enough gates to produce units, though I don't think you know that. Is +1 done? No, this forge is just here for dramatic effect. We're throwing some probes down, as is the Twilight Council as well, which is also there because, I mean, at some point you want a Twilight Council, don't you? You're right. You're right. At some point you do want a Twilight Council, and at some point you want to grow a brain, but neither of those things is really helpful right now. So this is all just terrible. Like, there's no plan. There's no direction. The early game is bad. You shouldn't fail and then try to pick it up from there. You should have a plan for where to be before you fail. Oh, we're going to build more adepts. Oh, yeah, by the way, let's make sure we get some strikes on the board. It's 2 strikes. 1 strike is just generally for not building probes. Almost at all. On top of whatever you were doing with the probes earlier. And the 2nd strike is for whatever the fuck those adepts were. And if you build glaives right now, that's strike 3, and I'm fucking out of here. Because the best thing I could do for you is cut this off. I could amputate this replay before it spreads to the rest of your game. Might be like, oh, but I really want to know how to beat lurkers. Maybe beat lurkers by having an economy that is even remotely comparable to the Zerg, which Protoss is entirely capable of, but you are not. Maybe that. Okay, not glaives. So at least there's that. No, you take a third before 5 minutes. The later you take a third, the more of a bitch you are. I'd be like, well, I don't have anything to defend it. The point of taking a third early is because later on, he will build more units and be able to pressure it. But in the first 5 minutes of the game, he's also struggling to remember to build workers. If he does attack you, it cuts into his economy. That is why... Oh my god. Is this working? That is why taking a third base earlier is both better for you and safer. Taking it after you feel like you have everything to safely defend it makes it more vulnerable.
Glorious combat is upon us.
The minerals.
So the big point on not building probes is not that we don't have the money. It's this entire time. We got probes now. But there has been a solid 30% of this game where probes could have been built and they weren't. And that's the difference. Like, he has 60 workers. You have 50. You could have 70. You could be banking 1,500 minerals if you had built those probes in that third on time. And then I would yell at you for different but better problems.
Mineral field.
Oh, good. Now I have your attention.
I'll get Desert Fox. Okay, fine. Uh-oh.
They're attacking our cute little.
So we were pretending not to use the select army hotkey for a bit, eh? We were trying. You gotta pretend a little better. Because I don't think your army is 14 units, but yet it's all moving at the same time. Also, who had this meme? Was this a Reddit meme? Someone had the right one. Something relevant here. Let me see. It might have been Drogo. Let me see. Something incredibly direct. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So, there's also this. From the binder. Yeah. What do I do against mutas? I mean, honestly, you fucking scout them at any point before they have 15 muta. Because your Archons literally can't get back into your base. I know, it sounds like a cop-out answer. You scout them. But when you take 10 minutes before getting any sort of army, most players, and the Zerg here, maxed out. He's maxed. And it's 10 minutes in, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it is a lot. Most pros, even when they're fighting each other, max out by 10 minutes. We're just sitting here at 134. Muta's showing up out of nowhere because we made no attempt to actually scout. Wait. The last time we came in was a hallucinated phoenix like 4 minutes ago. And also, if you're focusing on microing your macro, you can build an army. So while the mutas might be a pain, you're attacking him. If you have a combo. And also, as soon as the mutas came in, your move should have been to attack. It's not a good move, but there are no good moves left. Because you took way too fucking long to do anything. The best move here is attack move with your army and hope for the best, because you likely have an army that beats his, it's just he's in your base. You did not, like, coming back to your base, I don't even know why he left. I don't know why he left. He could have beaten this. He left because you had any units, and he's a bitch, because he's a platinum Zerg. But instead, you just angrily stared at him with your goddamn Archons, and wasted a full minute there, because, oh my god, mutas. Thankfully, when you're not controlling your units, they do great. So, it doesn't matter what happened out here, but you didn't lose anything. So, the less you actually actively control something, the better it is. Also, let's not pretend like you were actually using... It's better to pretend you're using hotkeys, I will give you that. But as soon as you've actually had to control groups of your units, you've stopped using them. Which... That's slightly better than not using them at all. But only slightly.
Your forces are under attack.
If... I would have given you more credit if you didn't stare at your army. But you actively chose... Okay, so instead of fighting larvae, what these zealots should be doing is making it so... You've got 12-something zealots over here fighting larvae, which are hard to kill. If those zealots were in front of the Archons, then all of the mutas die, and still, somehow, stupidly, you probably win the game. But instead... When microing the Archons to that... No, you don't need to micro the Archons at all. You just need to make sure your zealots aren't attacking buildings and larvae. That is what you need to do. The Archons will do their own thing. But the Zealots need a little more direction in life. So the reason why Phoenixes counter mutas is because they attack while moving and outrange mutas. They do not counter mutas if they just fight the mutas and fucking lose.
Mineral field depleted. Base is under attack.
Like, one Phoenix beats one muta, but it doesn't beat two. It with 0 micro. Warp Gate hotkey? The Warp Gate hotkey has been in the game since 2010. Zan.
These little probes.
That was even before Select All Army hotkey. Or maybe it wasn't. It might have been Legacy of the Void. It might have been with Select All Army. I'm pretty sure. No. I've been using the Select All Warp Gate hotkey since the beginning. I've never hotkeyed. I remember back. I was a pretty solid-ish Protoss in Wings of Liberty, and I never hotkeyed my gates. Sitting Duck versus Silly Old Bear. Alright. Okay, boomers. Well, that was rough. So, build probes. Don't get supply blocked. Have a plan. Take a third. Don't do random attacks. Don't forget to ever scout. Actually pay attention to your scout when you do. Just general shame. That was pretty shameful. That was not like a, you're gonna get better with time. No, you need to rework most of what you're doing from the ground fucking up all the way into the air so that way you can deal with mutas. It's a C. Because, like, it did seem a little decent to be gold. But it definitely didn't feel like diamond. Like, the fact he took a third and got his production and eventually had the probe count tells me he wasn't gold. But almost everything else tells me he wasn't diamond. So shame on you. We got Exile. You see, this is what I meant when I was used to seeing the accounts. It's like, okay, I'll send in my account. Win, 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 loss, win, loss. But won like 5 out of the last 7 games, which is a perfect number. So, here we go. Oh my fucking god. Alright, and we're done here. Do I need to say anything? So most of the supply blocks are probably after like 90 supply. This game was bad? Yeah. Supply block for 3 minutes and 34 seconds in a 17-minute game. And all the supply blocks came before 15 minutes. Yes, this is a Terran, which means he was microing. Very likely. Such as, like, microing doesn't mean he's helping his units do better. It just means he's microing. Let's be clear. Oh yeah, Kybrid is up next. So much platinum today. And not too many platinum Zergs. But at least we have that.
Supply.
So the big issue with Terrans is they all want to be... Like, Terrans are the sweatiest race. Terrans are the ones that sweat so much it gives them acne problems. Like, they have the builds written down, like a build order notebook with actual words in it. Like, there are a small minority of Terrans who play like your average Zerg in Platinum, which is, I don't care, I've been doing the same random shit since Silver and I've gotten this far. But the other, like, 75% are essentially like, well, I essentially did a Maru build. Yes, I did get supply block 35% of the time, and also, it's not the build at all, but I built the same units, so why do I not get the same results as Maru? And look, Maru died to Storm, so therefore, Storm is OP. Is Zerg allowed to do random shit? I don't know who's the judge of what's allowed or what's not, but Zergs are much more ready to dispel with the conventions of common sense and also any sort of preparation or learning from the mistakes of others because they're much more willing to make those mistakes themselves.
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
A lot of APM. Oh, the other Terran is also... Both Terrans are at 300 APM. We're 90 seconds in. I told you. God damn it. Stop. What are you doing? You literally could get through this whole minute of the game with 4 actions. You build 1 Reaper, you build 1 Depot, you build 1 Orbital, and you drop a Mule. And that's literally all you need to do in the second minute of the game. That's pretty much it.
Command center upgraded.
You might be like, well, it's just warming up for the later game. Well, let's see.
The Grim Reaper has arrived. SCV ready. SCV ready.
So which build is this? Exile. This is the Hero Marine Patient build. You see my fucking point with these Terrans? He's like, it's a Hero Marine build. That's my point. They have an answer. I didn't care which build it was. I just wanted my point proven. Thank you. God damn it. You're fucking The Hero Marine Patient. Is that what it's called? I don't know. You ask a Platinum Zerg, what build is this? They're like, roaches. And then they go Zergling. I gotta... If you're lucky to get an answer. So you gotta have your production able... Okay, there we go. What a god. God is Reaper. So usually with a build like this, you want to be aggressive because you're going 2 gas and getting your tech way earlier. But I don't mind the defensive posture. It's the patient build, remember. Kill the Reaper. You're so patient, you wait for your opponent to fuck it up. That might be part of the build. Who knows? That actually does work. So this is the stage of the game. Now we're starting to micro. This is the difference between like a Masters or even a Diamond player and a Platinum. You need to do anything now. You need to do anything that isn't microing. You are not building any SCVs. You are not building anything but a Raven, and that's because we're building add-ons here. That's fine. But anything. Okay, come on, man. You're at 250 APM. Where does it go? Right clicks, baby. 250 APM. You should be on top of that SCV production. Okay, he built the Cyclone. I'll give him, like, just doing that is something. Partially because there were no units at all here. But not building SCVs, not great. Getting supply blocked at 39, not incredible. You got an SCV? The fact this is... Okay, let's make it clear here. Some Terran players, like Hero Marine, I've seen him play. On the ladder, he would probably GG right now if he was the red player. It's likely. Oh my god, never mind. He has a third CC. He wouldn't GG. These fucking Terrans out here. Like, you have to threaten a Protoss's mother to get him to take a third in 8 minutes. The Terrans are like, literally every Terran is addicted to 3 CC in every matchup. So... here we are. Okay. No, that's not it. Where's my, So here's the deal. So that's true. That's all true. But... that it doesn't work like that. So we look at this. Here's what happened. You can see the thought process. It's beautiful. Logical thinkers, these Terrans. Their logic is flawed, but logical thinkers. So here we're microing. Doing very well, I might add. By microing, I mean just watching the units kill stuff, but who knows? Apparently also clicked on the refinery instead of the SCV. Alright, we're building shit. We're building. I'm supply blocked. Oh, whatever. I queued up. Oh. So the command center was late at the natural. It was just the mule reflex if I have the energy, which is a good reflex. Until your command center isn't done. But here's the thing. It's not a big mistake. It's just indicative of where we're paying attention. We're paying attention to the Threepers and the Hellions. But we're not paying attention to whether or not the fucking command center is done. So maybe now is not the time. It's not like he's hurting for money. Like, he's not going to hurt for those minerals because he's already banked up enough. But the idea that that's what happened, it really shows you where his priorities are. Okay, so now we're gonna go for everything at once. Okay. How do you afford this? How are you gonna pay for this? You can't just go from no production to 3 racks, reactor, starport, factory, barracks, into NG Bay 3CC. Like... It's like, well, I had the money. Well, not anymore! These are, you know, it's not the worst problem to have. This is the opposite. Like last game, remember, we were like, you have the money, do something. This game is, you had the money, you spent it, and you need all these things. But the first priority is recognizing, I need an orbital, and I need to be building SCVs. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to pay for all these things. These are all the right things. These are all things you want. But timing is important. I don't disagree with any of the buildings. Your opponent gonna scan, be like, oh my god, is this guy a smurf? He has all the right buildings. Nope. Nope. He hasn't... Build the orbital! Okay. I'm just... Because I don't know if we're gonna get it... You know what? Kybert's coming up next. Never mind. We'll hold off. A certain video. But we'll get there. You still don't have an orbital at your natural. And as soon as you start microing, for every SCV you killed, you need to make sure you're killing one of your own. Because that's, well, think of it that way. Each one of the SCVs you've killed 7. I think this micro has killed about 7 of your SCVs. You could have built at least 7 more, let alone a mule or 2 at this stage. Every time you micro, you stop building SCVs. So you are killing your own SCVs. It's a little more indirect, but not by much. You just didn't build SCVs for the time it takes to build 1 or 2. Once again, let alone the orbital. And oh yeah, surprise, motherfucker. Hello, he's got Hellions. That's weird, but it's something. I don't know why he has Hellions, but we never How did you do all this and never scout his base at all? How did this happen? How are we here? Well, I'm doing well. I don't want to push my luck. You don't have to send them all. 1 Reaper. 1 Reaper. Not all of the Reapers. 1 Reaper. Probably should check what the guy who's stuck on 1 base is doing.
Add-on operational.
Okay. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to play the next 10 games under 100 APM. Okay? Your objective is to have under 100 average APM. And you might be like, Winter, that sounds ridiculous. Well, have I got something for you? I'm very proud of my thumbnail template. That way I didn't have to do any more work. I got to Masters with a 95% Terran win rate with under 100 APM. I think you can get to Diamond with... You know what? I'll give you 120. Alright? 120. Don't want to get too crazy.
Add-on constructed.
This better be good.
You need to stop. So here, let me count. I'm gonna... Every time you annoy me with your stupid, useless actions, we're just gonna slow it down. Okay, here. Did you build anything? You selected the barracks, you went back to the command centers, you went back to the barracks, you went back to the command centers. I don't know if you canceled something. Now you're trying to figure out if you have enough money for an orbital? You do? Okay. So, you might be like, wow, Winter, it's a lot slower now. Yeah, now he's actually trying to do something instead of jerk off his keyboard. When he actually wants to do something, it slows down multiple times over. But, oh yeah, barracks, orbital, barracks, edgy bay. I'm proud of that. Oh wait, no. Whose camera am I on? Did you actually start something? No, that was weird that we saw it selected. Barracks, orbital, barracks, orbital. You've selected the orbital 4 times without building an SCV. You've selected the barracks and the rest of production 4 times without building any more unit. Do something. You've done 10 actions which have accomplished nothing. What is the EPM? The effective APM? 96. And EPM doesn't even tell the real story, because technically EPM is moving your units a certain amount. So you've done some of that. So less than 1 in 3, or about 1 in 3 of your actions, according to the generous representation of the game, have actually fucking done anything. He's about the same. The other Terran is at 250, and his EPM is 82. So, matchmaking is working. That's the summary here. You need to stop. 120 is what you're aiming for. And every time you don't hit 120, do 5 push-ups. You might be like, Winter, 5 push-ups. Okay, I can do 100. Whatever's a hard number for you. 69 push-ups if you're going to be that macho bitch. Then whatever. Whatever is actually a difficult number. Zero SCVs in production. You got 500 minerals. Yes, putting a Viking on patrol is kind of important. I mean, it's not that important, since so far you have scouted 0 starport units and 0 starports. So I would argue that a Viking is not really a super high priority, and what's the point of scouting if you're not going to react to it? But it's either way, it's not more important than having more SCVs.
Oh, it's on.
Stop doing nothing! Stop it! Look at this!
Add-on constructed.
We're gonna watch in real time. We're gonna get this shit out of the way. We're gonna watch in real time. This is an egregious part of it. Painful. It hurts me.
Add-on operational.
SCV ready. You want a piece of me, boy?
He built 0 units. Throughout all that, 0. 0 things were accomplished in all of that. 15 seconds of jerking off his keyboard accomplished 0 things. Put it over here. And then, as soon as we actually need to do something, it slows. Oh my god. It's still going. Still 0. Still 0 units. Units have not been built for 30 seconds. He's selected, he's fucking flirted, and teased the orbital and the barracks. There are 0 units in production right now. Unplug your fucking keyboard. Play with the mouse. It would have almost the same effect at this stage. It might be better. Honestly, like being forced to actually actively do something instead of just rolling around your keyboard like a particularly unintelligent chicken that also had its head cut off but somehow got smarter because it no longer even thinks for itself. Yeah, and his opponent has no units in production, but that's partially because he's supply blocked. So Exile here doesn't even have that excuse. Not a good excuse, but it's an explanation. And he's playing mech. He's playing factory mech, which isn't like I focus on factory units. It's I only make factory units, which is even better. At least he's getting upgrades. Mr. Exile, the hero over here, built an engineering bay with money he didn't have. Like 3 minutes ago. 2 minutes, maybe. And then he built another one. And he has yet to not only not finish, which he could have, but instead even research a singular upgrade from either of his NG bays. At least Mr. Facto Mech over here is building out of his buildings. I will give him that. Like, he's upgrading out of his upgrade building. So, good job. Oh, there it is. But I don't have enough minerals for the second one. How long will it take? How many more times will we rotate through production before getting +1 arm? Let's count. I'm going to count how many more times. Because that's obviously a top priority. It's going to be hard. I'm going to wait till +1. How can you GG with no keyboard? Don't worry about that. Oh my god, stop. 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 Holy shit. Okay. There we go. 1, 2, 3. 3. 4, 5. He dropped a mule, but I'm not counting that. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. And then a Viking exists. 23. And then, okay, 24, 25, 26. And yes, he's building out of them. 27. 28. 29, 30. 40. Wait. Oh, that's not how math works. 31. And I'm still counting it, because +1 armor is kind of a fucking important upgrade. And this is all mistakes, missing it. But we're just in this ridiculous cycle. And I'm 34, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 42, 43, 4, 5, 6. Okay, now we're actually doing something. So wait, it's 7, 8, 9, 10, 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think I'm spitballing. 60, 1, 2. Kind of 3. I don't know. He fucked up his hotkeys. It's a struggle. Did I make my point yet? Oh, Jesus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Kinda. 69. And he still doesn't have +1 armor. Can I get a free run of my replay just for fun? The only thing that's free anywhere close to being related to you is your fucking mom. What the fuck? Why would you even think that? I mean, it's par for the course, but... Jesus, like, you need to actually do something. 120 APM. You're at 500! What the fuck? For reference, you guys are giving me money to criticize your replays. I average about 225 with Terran. Really good game is 250. You're at 208. Do you think you're 15% or so better than me? That's not how math works, but do you think you are better than me? Answer the question, Exile. Not at all. Then what the fuck is this?
Supply depot
I want to improve. Well, stop stopping yourself.
insufficient.
This better be good.
Not greater than 400? Almost nobody has greater than 400. Maru barely has 400 with Terran and Legacy of the Void.
Ready for dust off.
Like 400, 450 is a max as Terran. There's just, you can only build so many units at a time. You can only jerk off your keyboard so much while actually still doing stuff. Armor started. Oh my. There's gonna be 1-1 mech upgrades. So at this point, you might think you're doing well because you actually took... Oh my god, stop. Holy shit. Oh, it makes me want to rip my eyes out, put them on a table in front of you, and then get you to finally pay attention to something important. You look my eyes, and then I take them, and I shove them down your throat. And then you throw up my eyes onto the table, and I make you eat them. That's how it makes me feel. You got chew as well. Chew them. No, it's not a shot. Start chewing.
Additional supply depots required. It's about to get him.
Hero Marine patient build. Hero Marine must be more patient than me.
Add-on constructed. Mineral field exhaust. Add-on operational.
SCV ready.
Must build.
So the beauty of this, I mean, this is the obvious part. Like, and despite his best efforts, he built a good army and won a fight. And now if he would, you know, and it's a little sad because he said he's doing a Hero Marine build, Big Gabe, is one of the best players in the whole world, even better sometimes than like Maru, about making sure he has production at home. That's why his micro occasionally suffers during fights, occasionally, a little more than other players, because he's so good about producing while he's fighting. He always, like, you look back and his army is bigger than the one he moved out with. Whereas here, 2,100 minerals, 750 gas, and 3 marines in production that we just started.
Oh, good. Now I have your attention.
Glad to see you still on the grind, my dude.
Mineral field exhausted.
Queue up 10 marines. Come on. Queue up a dozen SCVs and 10 marines. Queue up the full barracks and like, you built the production. You built the CCs. Just queue them up. Fuck it. It's better than not building them at all.
SCV ready. Gangway. Coming through. Ready to plunder.
Baby. Research completed.
Gangway. Coming. SCV ready.
Yeah, if he stopped, like, rotating through his hotkeys so much, he wouldn't have his SCVs and his army hotkeyed into his production constantly. Oh my god, stop.
Command center.
For the people. Here's where we're going. Oh, it does it for both. Ah! Okay, new one. Very important. Why is the Starcraft not over everything? Okay. Jimmy, I want... This is worth it. I'm so... Eat the eyes. Not that.
SCV ready. It's about to get heavy.
Add-on constructed.
Ready to plunder. Gangway. Coming through.
Mineral fields.
Did you just shoot one of your own tanks?
Go, go, go. It's go time.
Army upgraded. No, not possible. Supply.
Can't hold him alive.
Usually you want more than 0 medevacs. Build units!
Vespine Geyser depleted. Vespine upgraded. Mineral field exhausted.
A mech player should not get 3-3 before you. Like, it is so much more expensive, both in terms of the armories and the upgrades themselves. On top of... So the way you deal with mech is either by getting air control or overwhelming it with bio. Not by not having medevacs and also having less and poorly upgraded bio. But this game was lost in the first 10 minutes, not the last 10. This game was not lost on the battlefield. And no fucking GG. What a stupid bitch. Classic. 312. The APM went up somehow. But that there was every opportunity up until like 14 minutes to win. But instead, we kept doubling down on essentially nothing. Why is Winter so hostile with this angry coaching thing? Is that... You've sent 5 messages in this chat. And if you can't look at your own statement and look at yourself and be like, haha, Winter, I got you. And you're legitimately asking, well, that is just fucking sad. But... XO, why didn't you GG? Not a huge deal either way, but I'd like to hear why. Just... This was platinum. Pretending to be grandmasters, but acting like a silver. I was angry and on a losing tear for the day. You could have just started with I was angry. Because we both know the rest was a fucking lie. You won the game before that. You won at least 50%. You lost a few games earlier. Also, was that on that same day? Yeah, like, you literally won the game before it. And then, apparently it worked, because then you went on to win most of the rest of your games. In fact, you went on to win 6 games in a row. So, you know what? If it works for you, then I can't knock it. The reason I say you should GG, I used to be a fuckboy. I used to be, well, not platinum, but diamond and masters, and I would be like, oh, I didn't GG because I didn't play a good game, or that wasn't a good strat. No, you want to remove the idea that there were variables in the game that make it a good game or not. The idea is if you GG every game, you're not thinking about how angry you are at the game. Though that works for some people. Some people, a minority for sure, the angrier they get, the more they focus. And that might be true for you, but most people just get stupider when they get angry. And I know I do. I've learned to harness that and monetize it to an extent. But when I'm playing and I get angry, it does not help me. Like, I play worse. I might talk gooder, but I play worse. So, just removing the idea of, like, making a decision on whether or not it's worth a GG is why I GG every game. Not because, like, I'm polite or nice. It's removing me tilting myself, essentially. Like, it's less opportunities for me to tilt myself. Like, I might get cannon rushed, lose because I'm stupid, and he's also stupid, but he's better stupid. And I might be angry and unhappy, but I'll still GG, and then I'll call him a fucking bitch. Not to his face. Just to you, so that is a different outlet. But I'm gonna GG in the game. So, just unrelated. That was 100% total bitch. Like, we have Marines. Terrans get 3 categories here. Arguably 4. So, Terrans have Marines, which is for mostly gold and below. That's like, I made Marines. What did I do with them? Who knows? Like, but Marines. Total bitch is for those above gold, like platinum, like we saw here. Which is Terran players who are like, well, I'm doing Hero Marines build, but my opponent did the OP strats. Or I just made a few decision-making mistakes. It's like, no. You're a total bitch. And you are. But here we have a weird split by the way. We have a weird split. Because while you are a total bitch and you go under that category, it's still a B. Because if you actually made an effort to play under 120, well, probably 200, but 120 APM, I think you'd improve pretty quick. You're trying to sprint instead of, like, learning to, like, it's some stupid, like, cliche, like, you gotta crawl before you can walk and walk before you can run. Like, you're trying to go from crawling to running, and it's not working. So, maybe try fucking walking. Maybe try that. So, alright. So, alright and total bitch.
Donation confirmed.
Thank you, serious
Simulator.
businessman.
Drop simulator. How do they have so much simulator?
Mm-hmm. Next up is Kybrit with Platinum Terran. So much Platinum and so much Terran. But this is, I think, a good time for a quick advertisement. If you guys can pause ad block, I'll be right back. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Hey everybody, I'm Winter, and I'm here to talk to you about Prime Gaming. Do you have Amazon Prime and rely on most of it for most things in your life? Now that you can't go outside without catching the plague? Well, Amazon Prime offers you so much. You can get all those foods you probably shouldn't be eating with more packaging waste than you'd be comfortable with if you really thought about it, but also so much more. You've got Prime Video with great shows like The Expanse, and also, I assume there are other ones. You've got, no, that's most of it. And also, Prime Gaming. When Amazon, a few years ago, ate Twitch entirely, it was added into Prime Gaming, formerly known as Twitch Prime, but fuck that Twitch company. Prime Gaming offers you all the exciting things you love. If you go to gaming.amazon.com right now, you can get your Cube Surfer 7 days of ad-free play. So, obviously you weren't on Cube Surfer if you're seeing this right now. Rainbow Six Siege still exists. You've got your festive trio of Santa's gifts, because Santa loves World of Warships, Naval Battles, and Santa. I can't think of anything more iconic. You got Star Wars Squadrons helmets, which is a game that a handful of people still play after they butchered it, and I'm still mad about it. Did you guys know that aquapark.io exists? Well, I do now, because of Prime Gaming. But wait, there's more. Every single month, for free, you can subscribe to a streamer of your choice, or even me. And if you don't subscribe right now and you got that Prime sub to send to your favorite streamer, well, then you're losing money for me. So, subscribe with Prime Gaming, aquapark.io, and that won't be the only thing that'll be getting moist by the end of the day, because Prime Gaming is everything you ever wanted. Thank you.
Oh, good. Now I have your attention.
Thank you guys for sticking around. We got Kybra coming up. What's it gonna be? If you guys are right, then I'll give 5 subs to the chat or some shit. Be right back. Bit of a foregone conclusion, but here we are. I tend to agree. Welcome back, YouTube people. If you had to scroll back to this point, well, thank you for like and subscribe. Let's be honest. It's like a 5-hour-long video, especially if you're on your fucking phone, trying to scroll like 2 minutes. Really? You can just tap it. You can do the tap. I think it only works for 10 seconds, but don't be ridiculous.
SCV ready.
All right, TVT, the best matchup that we've seen in the last 2 games.
SCV ready.
You can change how long it scrolls. Can you?
SCV ready.
New subscriber detected.
I don't usually, I'll be honest, I don't watch videos that are an hour long on YouTube. Don't be ridiculous. Come on. You expect people to watch hour-long videos? Thank you, Falcast.
SCV ready.
So yeah, we held off earlier. I was gonna do it last game, but thankfully, here we go. We thankfully have another opportunity. Let's just check the build. Just make sure we get the context. Very important. Darkness. Starting the game, I decided to go Terran. I rally my SCV JK, no I don't, to the depot early. When do I build it? 3 at my, no, just 1 depot 14, right off the bat, rally your SCV and build it at the ramp, and that's all you see. Don't do any sort of weird bullshit. Build a barracks after, on 16, adding another worker. 17 refinery, 2 more SCVs you can rally to the scouted 18. But nothing past that. The barracks is finished. Build your orbital. That's all we want. No Reaper for you. Just build Marine. And your fucking orbital. I don't want to see another fucking Terran who comes in here with no fucking orbital. Scan like Costco. Drop those mules. Either way, build a fucking orbital. Stop. Stop it. Never again. And also your first depot, but whatever. That too. I'm not a rapper. Where's my autoplay video again? This is an interest. Which of these videos would you pick, guys, if you had to? I don't know. So, oh, there you go. You built a factory. This is not on time. This is not on time. You have a factory building. You gotta react. No. Also, why is that a tech lab? Also, why are there no units? This is not right. This is wrong. It's quicker orbital than we're used to, but it's still wrong. Building a fucking Marauder? The fuck is that? Why?
Why?
That command center upgrade you ordered.
2 Marauders into BC. Okay, stop talking. I'm not going to ask any more, even rhetorical questions. I'm sure he'll offer up plenty of information anyways.
It is here.
No, I shouldn't encourage it. You're building the depot that unsupply box you. It's literally finishing. It's right there. I would think having a mule would be helpful in going for fucking battle cruisers. We can't think literally 3 seconds ahead. Is this a TVZ? What the fuck? Is this a T? Like, whenever I see these questions, it's like, aha, that's one we keep an eye on, because he'll probably say something even more stupid later. Is this a fucking... Not just the fact there's an SCV on the screen. It wasn't on the screen when he said that. There is a production tab in the top left corner, and that production tab has Terran units. It's like, well, I would have had to look in the corner instead of typing it in the chat. Like, that's somehow easier. Somehow typing in the chat and trying to find an answer is easier than reading the fucking production tab. Okay. And then trusting that Twitch chat gives you a correct answer on top of that. Because Twitch chat is filled with people like you. Why would you trust them?
SCV ready.
2 Marauder BC. What the fuck?
Go time. SCV ready.
Did you really need the tech lab that badly? Is that really that the build is so toit that we have one tech lab and everyone shares?
SCV ready.
Yeah, the build is so toit. We barely have enough for a battle cruiser. The build is just so streamlined that we barely... A battle cruiser, I might remind people, is 400, 300, and your self-respect is how much it costs. Gas matters. Yeah, it does. Yeah, so your argument, Kybrit, is that you didn't have enough gas if you had built a second tech lab. That you just wouldn't have enough.
Donation confirmed.
We're not even
Hopefully
hotkeying
not too much
production.
shame in this one, lol.
Like, there's not even a hotkey for the damn starport. There's one hotkey for one orbital. Alright. At least he doesn't have 300 APM. Let me make a point. Both Kybrit and Exile are Platinum Terrans, which is not that big a range. Platinum is only a few hundred MMR. And I think Kybrit has a better chance of going to Diamond right now. At least he's committed to the stupidity. Like, at least he understands himself.
SCV ready.
He's not trying to emulate Hero Marine or Euthermal or even Maru, even if he tries to pretend like anyone who makes battle cruisers is taking his build. No. Like, battle cruisers are a unit. Many players. Why there? What are we playing, a fucking macro game? You have enough energy to scan the main. What are you trying to deny expansions? You went what? He scouted it. And you might be like, well, he scouted it, so he'll be ready. Then scan. You got 3 scans. What's the point of the orbital? Since we're not dropping mules, like, nobody's spending their damn money. I mean, it's still kind of working. Is he just gonna... Oh my god. He's just gonna win. So fucking stupid. Oh my god.
it's so fucking stupid. It hurts so much.
Where you go? What is that depot? What do you have units about to walk in? Are you gonna get the SCVs in there? What? Oh, I'm macroing. One battle cruiser in production. That's the whole production tab. Haven't built an SCV in half the game, and the game is 6 minutes long. Supply block him. He's not gonna. Okay, I guess he's supply blocked now. I'll give you that. But you know how? Yeah, I'd rather kill his units instead of what the fuck? No. He wasn't avoiding micro. He was staring at the battle cruiser while it fired like 80 lasers into a depot. He's like, very good battle cruiser. Oh yeah, that's some good shit right there. Yeah, you keep shooting at that depot. You got this. Believe in yourself. Yep, that's the depot. I know you wanted to switch. No. That depot right there. That's the one. Yeah, you get it. You get that depot. You got it. Good job, battle crew. Oh yeah, that one. And now we're playing a fucking MOBA is what we're doing. It's a World of Warcraft boss. Yeah, I cast laser battery, and then I cast laser battery, and then I cast laser battery, and I have magic missile, and then laser battery. I mean Yamato cannon. Oh shit. Unfortunately, we were so desperately killing this barracks that the battlecruiser is at risk of dying to the units that come out of the barracks we weren't quite able to kill. You gotta focus, bro. Like, what are you doing macroing? What the fuck? This was your time. And you slipped. Magic missile. Fire magic missile. Okay, stop. 2 armories, yes, for those double upgrades. Oh yeah, it does more damage if you curve the lasers. As you know. Because that way they get more velocity. Because that's how lasers work. Ah, macro. Jesus Christ. Oh, mule 1, 2, 3, 4. Because what we really fucking needed were more minerals. What we were hurting for were minerals. That was the issue.
Oh, it's so fucking stupid. It hurts so much.
If we just got a few more minerals, we might be able to bring this one home. Instead of playing a MOBA with 1 battle cruiser. If this guy doesn't have 5 turrets, I would say the fact that he's dying at all, because he scanned. He fucking scanned when the fusion core was halfway done. And what did he come up with? A bunker in his mineral line and like 8 Marines. That's what he came up with. Because everyone knows you don't uncover the ancient starport tech unless you're the right person, like Kybrit, or until like 6 minutes in. Because building Vikings or a Cyclone is just so far out of the realm of possibility, you gotta switch servers to another one. So at the end of the day, if this motherfucker over here couldn't come up with any counter besides Marines and fancy buildings to a battlecruiser, he deserves to die, and Kybrit deserves platinum, if only to show everyone of what they're capable of losing to, and that's how incredibly incompetent they are. Because if their basic build can't cover building non-zero amount of Vikings in the first 5 minutes of the game, then they ain't getting a diamond. Kybrit is the best roadblock out there, and that's about the APM he has. Sitting there with fucking 65 APM, and 100% of it is going into battlecruiser micro that is so poor, the only reason he took damage is because he was shooting at the barracks instead of the fucking Marines. But tell me more about your Hero Marine build. It literally would be better not to micro. I didn't say I did a big gay build. Kybrit! Fuck fucking context clues. I don't care what you said you were trying to do. I was making fun of the last Platinum Terran. Believe it or not, no matter how much you pay everyone in your entire sphere of existence, not everything revolves around you. It revolves around Big Gabe, and that's why we're talking about him. Okay, guys. Not a trick question. Pop quiz. What's better, 3 battle cruisers or 1 battle cruiser? Twitch chat. Pop quiz. I know, it's tough. It doesn't depend on how many you lose. It's still up for debate. There's no actual answer to that. There's no way to know. Magic missile! This is what we were waiting for. Yeah. A near perfect game. If you hadn't sent those marauders across the map for no fucking reason, you could have won 2,055 resources to 0. Because that's about how much money you've given me on just Angry Coach. Probably about 2,055 euro dollars or what the fuck ever. And you've learned nothing. But also we threw those marauders in. I don't fucking know why it's a 2 marauder build. It's like, I gotta add my own extra spin on it, which makes it worse. It's like, I cooked a steak, medium rare, and then my own special sauce, which is just orange juice. I just pour orange juice on it. It makes sure that orange juice is extra cold. Like, that's not good. Don't put orange juice on my steak. Please, and then... Please don't. And then you eat it with a spoon. So that way you really get the orange juice. You get 2 spoons to cut it. And that's a Kybrit build. I kind of do that with red wine. That's like saying, I'm kind of a physicist, but I have a degree in biology. You're not a fucking physicist! That's not the same thing! They both have degrees. Not a physicist at all. Red wine is not orange juice at all. But it's a liquid. Yeah! Just like how pro players use marauders. Yeah, but... a citrus... I don't know, fucking... I made sure to eat an entire loaf of bread and then vomit it onto your steak. How about that? If we're gonna debate the value of orange juice, bread vomit onto your steak. You happy now? That's closer to what I was going for. It's a real strenuous process each time. Like, that's why it's so expensive for this steak. $69 a steak. That's where we are. There's obviously no hope there. And shame on you, by the way. Of course. But...
Shame. Shame. Shame.
I'm also gonna give it an alright. It's not total bitch. I'm giving it an alright and a shame and no hope score because, what do you want from me? But thank you for your confident execution of your vomit bread build. I'm glad we could see that. Thank you for being the Platinum Gatekeeper. Yeah, we got way more.
New subscriber detected.
Have you drank any orange juice or wine before you ate the bread?
Good.
Shut the fuck
Now
up.
I have your attention.
Respectfully.
Oh, good. Now I have your attention. Oh, good. Now
You got
I have
Nicholas,
your attention.
Valentine, Kitty Stalker, Gamelin. Alright.
New subscriber detected.
There's no, so is Nicholas the Platinum Terran or the Peruvian Swarm Zerg? We'll see. I'm the Zerg. Of course you are. The Advanced Platinum. Bottom of the barrel diamond. Literally scraping it at 3,000 MMR. Wait, let's check. How scraping is that? Diamond starts at... Oh, it's below the bottom of diamond. We've actually dropped underneath the diamond tier into platinum MMRs. So, advanced platinum it is.
SCV ready.
Was able to make it by cheesing everybody. Of course you were. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh no.
Oh, good. Now
Thank you, Rusty Boat Anchor, for your very specific sub. I'm trying to get there the honest way. Well, here's the thing. Don't give any more detail until the 5-minute mark, because I want to guess what cheeses you did based on how you try to play honestly, and we will see. But don't tell. We'll find out. Like, is it just Lingbane? Because obviously you're not actually going to get anywhere with that. But it could be more advanced. This looks pretty good so far. Like, the overlords are going to the right spot at the right time. The expansion's happening. Like, besides forgetting to actually build anything, well, like, the best unit in the game. As soon as the pool finishes, build Queen!
Oh, a follower. Is that all?
Tanks Kyber
Queens are
collecting
amazing,
until
and they defend everything. Essentially, that's actually a real complaint from pro players. Is like, that's why Queens got nerfed, because you can just build them and defend pretty much all early game from both Terran and Protoss. You ever watch Cyril? He has like 8 queens at 5 minutes. He has a hotkey for him explicitly. Okay, so now this is the most important part. Just because there's a Reaper on the map does not mean you stop everything. You did get an inject up, but like Death, Texas, and Scouting Reaper. Those are all the things that are almost guaranteed in life. And here, there's a Scouting Reaper. You have 500 minerals. You got some larvae, more than 0. You got 0 queens in production. You got 0 overlords in production, because when you finally remember to spend your money, you're gonna get supply block. You need to do anything else while a Reaper's there. You need to build anything while a Reaper's on the map. Now, at least you built overlords before the supply block, but this is when queens 3 and 4 should be building. Well, at least you remembered.
Metamorphosis complete.
Nope, build drones. Okay. What are you doing? Okay. You need to build. You need to be able to just play the game. I don't like. You're playing 2/3 of the game. The ideas aren't bad, but you can't just be sitting there with nothing in production but creep. It's an older. Let me see if we got an older chart here, but I think it'll still check out as where is it? Where is it? Where are my charts? Because Platinum Zergs have not changed throughout the history of SC2. I think it's a Gold Zerg chart, but it's essentially the same. Oh, wait, we have Diamond Zerg, we got Gold Zerg, we got so many charts. I made these charts when I didn't actually want to talk too much. So, what is it gonna be? We got a little bit of red. So far, not too much besides just one of the biggest stereotypes. One of the biggest stereotypes of a Zerg player who's trying to play well is creep spread. Creep spread is how, like, a visual indicator, especially at the highest level. It's a visual indicator of that player's doing well, is creep spread. And you're right. But usually, creep spread is the last thing after making sure you actually build fucking drones, so that way you can focus on the creep spread. And you have enough queens to worry about the creep spread. But when you have 800 minerals, then you need to spend your money. I was looking around, you only had 4 larvae. But now you have No, don't you do it. Okay, this is unfucking acceptable. Just because any unit is attacking anything, this is a real-time strategy game. There's gonna be more than one unit at some point, hopefully. So at some point, your units are gonna get attacked. And at some point, it's gonna be more and more common. So you need to not just have one unit get attacked and suddenly stop everything. Oh, but I need to see what it scouted. What did you see? Okay. All right. We saw a factory. We saw a barracks. We saw a starport. Good job. We're done. No amount of microing is going to solve that. You cannot. You absolutely, unacceptably. There's a fucking reason you're dropping back to platinum now that you're building more than 30 drones. And good job on that, by the way. But 40 is not the place to stop either. There's a reason you're dropping back to Platinum MMR, because this, as many people find out the painful way, or never find out, is not a turn-based strategy game. You don't get to take your micro turn and then go back home and take your macro turn. While multitasking is a bit of a misnomer, what multitasking means is being able to rotate through multiple things and make sure you're being effective with all of them, instead of doing one thing at a time and stopping everything else. That is like a bait. No, you don't need overlords. What you need is to build drones. Now we're building drones. After the micro turn. The problem now we're facing is we've already got this backlog, and yes, the problem is that you didn't build drones earlier, so you can't build more now, because you're not spending your larva when you get it. You're looking at overlords, you're spending creep. If you got 1,200 minerals, if you got 1,000 minerals and you spent all your larvae, build another hedge. I don't care if your main looks like it's broodborn. You got 6 hatcheries over there. Doesn't matter. I'd rather you have 6 hatcheries with under 1,000 minerals banked up than 6,400 minerals like every other platinum and advanced platinum zerg trying to micro 40 zerglings, and then when they die, making 20 more zerglings because that's all you have the lava for. Lava? Lava would be better. Larva for. No, not creep spread. The answer, what is creep spread for? Creep spread gives you vision and makes your units, especially queens, move faster. You don't have any units, and you have barely any queens. And yes, 5 is barely any. So what is the creep for? What is the creep gonna do for you? That's a rhetorical question, but if you'd like to answer, that's fine too. So you were Lingbane, right? Like Lingbane, and then maybe like Nidus. That was the cheese? But mostly Lingbane? Maybe roaches. Probably Lingbane, though. It's like a quick 2 base. Cheese Nidus? Yeah. I threw the Nidus in because it looks like it was more like you're moving your overlords enough. Honestly, the only thing in this game you've done without me having any complaints is moving your Ovies. And you know what Nidus needs? You know what the one actual useful transferable skill doing a Nidus all-in needs? Moving your Ovies. In case it wasn't super obvious. You can't. You cannot have 2,200 minerals at 6 minutes. You cannot. You gotta. And the answer is not build more units. The answer is spend your money. I don't know why there isn't a. Are you using backspace injects? Are you using base camera injects? Is that what's happening here? Is that why this is such a clusterfuck? Also, it's 1 Reaper. Space camera. I recommend learning camera locations. Just in general. That's a good skill to have. Base camera injects ironically only work well if you're very good or very bad. Like Cyril uses a combination of all sorts. He has like 3 flavors of injects, which almost no one else, even Raynor doesn't usually do that. Or Dark. I haven't looked too close at Dark lately, but... So the problem, if you're using spacebar injects, is if 1 hatchery isn't injected, and you don't have good creep spread, and you don't have your queens set up well, suddenly, all the queens on your hotkey are like, we need to get to that hatch. And if you don't do it right, suddenly you constantly have queens running around trying to figure out what the fuck is happening, and so are you. Notice now. Oh, where the fuck are the queens going? Who knows? Eventually, some hatcheries will get injected, which is good. But it's a mess. I like the hatches in the main, but you're not building any fucking units! Well, what am I supposed to build? At this point, Lings. You know what? You made it to 63 drones. That's not bad. Build fucking Lings. And you gotta think about, inject is only 3 larvae. The hatch regenerates 3 larvae. Every 12 seconds or so, you don't spend that larva, you're missing out on another larva. So let's say, generously, for 100 seconds, you aren't building any units out of when you have 3 larvae. Well, what happens then? You've just wasted 8 more larvae, which means you can't build 8 more sets of Lings, which means you're banking more money. Because when you're sitting there with 3 larvae that the hatch generated and not spending it, it's just like not spending your minerals. It's a resource a lot of players don't consider nearly enough. And if you're not using that resource, it's wasted. Let's see the queens go running again. Queens running around. Like, you need to build anything. I would have liked those 4 more so the beauty of fucking queens is they don't cost larva. They only cost mineral. You really, like, here's your goal. 10 queens by 8 minutes. You have 6 queens right now. You're building 4 more. Just a little quicker. 10 queens by 8 minutes. The drone count is good. The upgrades aren't terrible. The overlords are surprisingly good. That's something that is almost always an issue. But thanks to your cheesy past, it actually isn't that big an issue for you. But the multitasking and the not playing it like a turn-based game is the issue here. You need to do all that shit faster. Honestly, I'd rather the Reaper kills 2 drones than we just stare at it for 30 seconds. I'd rather let the Reaper kill drones than spend the amount of time you did dealing with it. Because in the end, that'll help more.
Almost 40 woo.
Oh my god. Thank you, King Time. Jesus Christ. So it's mech. What is this hive you speak? If you build an infestation pit right now, fine. It's late, but it's not ridiculously late. There you go. Like, ideally, you're building an infestation pit before you're maxed out, before you need it. But it's better than not building it at all. So. And this is not... Like, when was the last time you injected? Are all your hatcheries hotkeyed? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Did I even count all of them? So I don't see 6 hatches on any of these hotkeys. This is pretty interesting that you have this. That's not bad. But there are definitely a couple hatches, probably the ones in the main, that are not hotkeyed. And that's kind of a big issue and why you're banking 45 larvae. Which is a good problem to have. Your focus, 10 queens by 8 minutes. And stay under 1,000 minerals by 8 minutes. Until 8 minutes. As well as 70 drones by 8 minutes. And 4 hatches by 8 minutes. Do all this by 8 minutes, which is a minute or 2 quicker than you're doing it. And you're looking good. But it's because the first 5 minutes you keep distracting yourself with things that don't matter. That we're even close to having to fight a straight up mech army. If you just maxed out a minute and a half quicker with Vipers, which is completely plausible, especially since your problem is not the amount of drones you build, but just the speed at which you remember to build them. Are you actually going to... Like, you're actually using hotkeys. So... And not, like, fake hotkeys. Like, actual hotkeys. So that is surprising. Not like, I have a hotkey here. No. It's actually working. But the answer to this is Vipers, and if necessary, Corruptors. But 4 or 5 Vipers here, and I feel comfortable recommending them because you actually use hotkeys. 5 Vipers, a couple Parasitic Bombs, a few Blinding Clouds or Abducts, and that's how you deal with this. Or you could do it the hard way of brute forcing. But the answer is Vipers. Yeah, before you're worrying about melee attack for units that you don't have any melee units. It's not so much what it costs, it's that you thought of that before Vipers or Aspire. That's the point. It's the attention that's the issue here. Like 150 APM? That seems about right. That's not an insult or a compliment. You're playing about that speed. You just could allocate it a little better and you'd be fine. The compliment is that you're playing about the speed you should be for what you're doing. You're not wasting too many actions. Vipers. Against battlecruisers, you yank the battlecruisers into your hydras. Are we done yet? Not bad. Most of the problems are usually with a cheesy player, you'd expect the issues to be with the later game. It got better as time went on. So you got to get the drones. The upgrades could be quicker. The queens could be used better. I stand by learning camera locations, if only to use camera locations, not even for injects. The creep spread was mismanaged early, but not bad.
Oh, a follower.
It's gonna take a while. That's a B+. Most of the basics and important things were good. I do use camera location, not well enough. Okay, then use them for injects. Only when I need to check specific base. They're much better. Though it's not like you were spending your money anyways. That was a lot better than the first 5 minutes I expected. Of course, your opponent did almost nothing. And I'm sure it gets worse when you have that sort of turn-based strat and you get attacked by anything but a Reaper. That is the biggest... Here's what I want you to do, is 1, keep it under 1,000 minerals, but get 70 drones in 8 minutes. And also, in your replays, the first 2 times you go over 1,000 minerals, figure out why. Because what you would have seen in that last game was you staring at an Overlord the first time, and then you creep spreading the second time. So maybe next time you're staring at an Overlord or creep spreading, you'll be like, oh yeah. It's not so much to like actively fix it, but just passively remember that, oh, I need to focus on other things at this time. Valentine is a platinum. We are all over the platinum link today. Valentine's Platinum Protoss. Against Protoss. So, going for a 1-gate expand is quite risky against Protoss because they can build Protoss units, which are very strong. And that's why usually in PvP we get 2 gates, because then you can build 2 Protoss units. But then you look at that and you're like, okay, I'm good. And then you look at his cybercore and are like, wait a second, that's a good idea. Oh my god. I'm sorry. No. It doesn't matter what you're doing. If you delay your cybercore in PvP, like, it doesn't matter what you scout or whatever, delaying your cybercore every few seconds gives you a significantly higher it's a mirror matchup. If they got adepts 15 seconds before you, those adepts can kill half your mineral line. Like, PvPs have ended for less. The most important part of PvP is getting your cybercore on time. Even more than exactly when you expand or your gateway timings or even your second pylon, that cybercore and the ability to build a few more units or tech quicker is everything. That's how games end. Yes, I know half of his whole probe team is working on that. But no. That is way too late. Whoa. His cybercore is half done. You should just die. You should die to his first 2 units. And yeah, seconds matter. PvP is probably the shortest average length. Like, I think a pro game of PvP is an average of like 6.5 minutes. So we're over a third through right here. Maybe 7. Other matchups probably... ZVZ is probably like 8.5 and TVT is probably like 43. If you build a pylon over here because you know you're supposed to, but then forget you built a pylon over here, know that I will be disappointed. Not surprised, but I will be disappointed. Or your probe just doesn't know what to do with its life. Because remember, you can't go over 16 workers. Because after 16... No. After 16 workers, here's what happens. At 16... No, it's right there. Just ignore this. It just stopped. No, ignore that. After 16 workers, here you go. Here's the... It stops. Okay? Right there, you see? 16. It stops. It's cut off. It is completely... No. What this is telling you is if you look down here, you see the number of workers mining. Okay, 16. It levels off because of reasons I explained before. But until about 20 workers, there's still a nearly... Like, the summary is just because it turns red, it's lying to you. And I'm still, like, it's like enemy unit selection being turned off by default. It is misleading. Like, a lot of new players see red, and red is bad. And then they're like, how do I click on enemy unit? Why is red not bad on the other guess? Different. Because you see the probe sitting there. The reason you don't see probes just sitting around, like you do for gas, is because you're actually getting more mining up to 24. They're not sitting around because they're actually doing something. That's the point. That graph is for drones, which mine faster on Korea. They don't, by the way. Drones don't move faster on creep for that reason. Just to be clear. That's why drones can't chase. That's why drone rush isn't as scary as it could be. Especially in CVZ. Why do we need this pylon? What is this pylon for? What the fuck is this? Is Valentine even in the chat? I haven't seen Valentine. I want to get an explanation for any of this build so far. It has been 2 hours since I sent it in. I've been playing about 2 months, they say. That gives a little more context, but that could be like 14 games or it could be 450. 2 months is not a long amount of time, but this is definitely still making a lot of the mistakes someone who's playing 8 years. I'm here. Oh, I I kind of cheese to plat, so I don't know any builds. Well, here we are. Well, here's the build. Build your cyber core after your gateway finishes. Not 30 seconds later. And stop scouting your opponent. You might be like, but when should I scout? No. Just stop. 10 games. No more scouting. Why? Because it's not like you saw anything anyways. But, like, there's only two options. Either you're going to ignore everything you scouted and carry on after wasting too much time scouting, or you're going to overreact and draw the wrong conclusions. So, just give it a shot. Like, there's no in-between, otherwise you probably wouldn't be plat. What are you doing? What are you doing? Figure it out! The probe's like, no. No. I don't wanna. You see, if you just scout with the first adept, 90% of the time you'll get plenty of info, and you won't slow down your own build. In fact, the adept will scout quicker, which increases the likelihood you'll get more info. So if you see here, he's got a robo, and of course he didn't wall off because he has just as much of a plan as you do. What are you doing? Kill his probes! The one time you should actually be microing. What is this? Oh, the choke master. Oh my god. Wow. So that was, you know, that was actually your opportunity to kill like 4 probes. In fact, and obviously nothing else happened. We stopped building probes of our own back there. But getting an adept in is something you can't really count on anyways. But now that it's in the base, we don't know what to do. On the bright side, no one did anything during that, so it's not a big slowdown for either side. He did kill 4 of his own probes. Yeah, to use that logic, technically yes, but I'm more impressed by how bad the micro was. Like, not only was that the only thing he was paying attention to, no probes, no nothing in production, just selecting the adept the whole time, but his controller managed to hit the robo, which is, like, hitting any unit would have been better. But everything was so terrible. Like, he actively fucked it up. That was the impressive part. Really, just everything went wrong. So here's the tip. Hold position in the mineral line. Actually is my tip. You get an adept in, here's what I do. You hedge your bets against yourself. What you do, the adept's in the mineral line, like right here, like it was. Hold position. And then you just assume it died. That's what I do mostly against Zerg. So hold position, the adept will attack any target within range, but it won't move. Stalkers have more range than adepts, so if it's on hold position in the mineral line, it'll attack probes, or if the probes are pulled, it'll attack the assimilator, but whatever. So the same goes for queens, and marines, technically. But you hopefully aren't in that scenario, where the adept has less range, so it won't go chase or attack these units that have more range than it, and will still hit workers, at least to an extent. And you'll see pro players do that as well. Like, they'll have hold position, because you can't be microing every adept and also do any build at home very consistently. Is it professional SC2 to overqueue probes to micro elsewhere? No, that is like Diamond League. We're not at Diamond League, we're at Platinum. Platinum is, oh my god, I got an adept in, I have no fucking plan. Oh shit. Platinum League is, well, we're here. And it's only higher diamond, really. Like lower diamond is essentially advanced platinum. It's kind of a, you flip a coin and you get the players who either build a bunch of probes and then get supply blocked, or don't build any probes and won't be supply blocked because they're already at 32 over 54 supply, which we were a little earlier.
Research complete, but have we learned anything?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, me? I'd like to listen to myself for a moment here. Though the voice lines don't always repeat. It doesn't. It's actually just plays one of them, but we'll see.
Research finished, but I'm still waiting on high-sec auto-tracking. Your research is... Research is done. Your forces are just a little bit better. Research complete, but have we learned anything?
There you go. Good question, me. Wow. How fortuitous, like, how prescient. I don't get any more money if you buy my announcer pack today. I got paid up front. And I would have said at one time, like, if enough people pay for it, they might make another one. But I doubt it. But I still like it when people use it because it feeds my ego.
Glory to the Daemon.
I return.
Winter, if we just sold several million more announcer packs, maybe they would have saved SC2. You guys fucked up! So, essentially, I don't know how specific I can get, though I'm not under NDA. I got paid enough that if less than, like, 5 digits of people would have had to buy it, for me to make more, then I got paid up front. Based on what they were offering. And I'll tell you right now, I don't think it's quite there. I don't know the exact numbers, but I don't think it's quite there. I think I made the right economic decision.
Army under attack.
And I'll tell you right now, none of the announcer packs, in English at least, besides maybe Tastosis, are even close to that.
Immortals.
Well, like, none of the only announcer pack that makes, like, a significant amount of money is Diva, and the Chinese one, because, like, every Chinese player bought. So all the Koreans buy Diva, and all the Chinese players buy the SC Boy, who's, like, they're like the Tastosis of China, except China has way more people, so... But I want to make it clear, don't buy the announcer pack to support me. Just give me money. Though I am proud of the announcer pack, I think I did a good job. Also, what the fuck is this? Why are we doing an immortal drop? I will give you credit on the 3 bases, but why aren't we doing, I don't know, anything else? You're building pros. Okay. Don't do immortal drops. I know pros do. Maybe build upgrades, or get charge, or build more immortals, or warp in anything. You have 6 idle warp gates that you can select with this key, by the way, I think. No more drops. No more drops of any kind until you're maxed. Just get rid of them. Well, you got rid of them. So what, is that a net win here? You killed like 3 stalkers, a few pylons, and then you did nothing else. On the bright side, you built probes. So now you do have the money to do everything else. But sitting there for a minute, poorly microing an immortal drop is not a build. A build is spending all your money and maxing out on Immortal Charizard Archon at like 9 minutes. Pros max out around 9 minutes with that army composition, especially if they've been untouched on their side of the map like you were. But instead, we're at 87 over 141 supply. We got 6 gateways. We got 2 forges sticking out there like sore thumbs or other sore things you should be kicked in. Because what the fuck are you doing?
Mineral patch is gone, and it's not coming back.
Oh, we're playing some more turn-based StarCraft, I see. Classic Platinum move. Now we do the macro turn.
You took all the minerals.
It's macro time. This is now when I do the macro.
A mineral.
We'll build everything.
Mind out of that. Research and upgrade.
The point is not like you built the army. The point is you could have had this exact same army with these exact same units and the exact same upgrades at least a minute quicker. You literally just put your entire build on pause, which you're still mining minerals and you were still you queued up a bunch of probes. So at least you had your bets against yourself. You shouldn't have to outplay yourself to have good macro. You should just focus on that. Stop microing. A click. If it can't be solved with an A click, you probably shouldn't be there in the first place. Jesus Christ.
You're on
Like, you literally lost half your zealots while attacking the rocks. And that's fine, because you built more. Stop looking at your army. Look at the supply. Every time you micro your army, you're hurting yourself. Every time the army has been doing something off screen, it's been good.
mineral field.
Also, this is when you might consider shield upgrades. Not that that's a big difference.
Upgrade is
A click. Thank you. Why are you building stalkers now? What? No, go back to the Archons. What the fuck? If this game was closer, that might hurt you, but you can kind of build whatever you want. Or nothing, because you kind of won the game.
Now that's the commander I've been waiting on.
You don't need stalkers. You don't fill in stalkers. The answer is more Archons and Charizards. That was the answer. So just do everything you ended up doing, but without any of the bullshit. Stop worrying about him. Stop microing an Adept. Stop microing a Warp Prism. Stop microing your army. None of that. Every time you controlled units, it was bad. Outside of building them and putting them all together to hang out. It literally hurt you every time you microed. It was pretty consistent. But otherwise, and I'm still gonna have to give it a B, because you built so much more shit than him. And you had the right idea if you just cut out those fucking terrible parts like a goddamn tumor. Then there you go. So, unfortunately, I have to give it an all right, and I'm gonna have to add to that Protoss percentage as well. And that puts us, like, if I crunch the 69.69%, because that's where it puts us. I don't understand the Protoss percentage. Well, you just got to get to a higher level. Priorities. Kitty Stalker. A Diamond Zerg. In a hard-fought ZVT. No, I'm Master 3 now. Oh, aren't you special? Every Zark is plat, pretty much. That is true. I'm plat when I play a Zark.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Jimmy! Memes! Give me the memes! I was pretty proud of this one. Like I put more than 0 effort into my memes most of the time. So I hope I hope you appreciate. Come on. Tell me. Meme. Follow me on Twitter for that and very important commentary. I don't get it? Well, that's sad.
Our forces are under attack.
Why are you banking the monies? He has the barrack. When you see he has the barracks, it's dead. Alright? He's willing to commit that much. It's dead. Is that you saying, hey, that's pretty sus? Is that what the Baneling Nest is? Because it's actually true. He's kind of telegraphing Hellbats. Like, it seems... So this is the level of, like, players are good enough that they'll do smart things. Sometimes. Not all the time, and that's the problem. But here we see, like, on its face, lifting the racks means you're trying to hide something, and you're not building many bio units. So it's likely Hellbats, because anything later would take too long to hit. And on the other side, Kitty Stalker's like, Hellbats, maybe. And it is Hellbats. Wow. But then it's Widow Mines. Oh, no. Nowadays, at the pro level, it's Widow Mines. That's what that means. You think it's Hellbats, and they might show up with 4 Hellbats, but then it's Widow Mines. But we're not quite there. Okay, how many Banelings? Oh, you just built 5 more sets. Okay. You might want to just send a Ling out, but how many drones are we at? 42? That's not a bad time to build. As long as you get your Evo chambers, like, right the fuck now. Now, what's a good time? Now. You're getting your lair, you've got queens, got basic defense. Now. Usually, Evo chambers at the latest are by the time your lair finishes. Just for reference. There are very few exceptions. No. Did you not watch that last Zerg game? Before you played this a week ago? God. Where, come on, not creep spread. Spend your fucking money. You can't rely on the second overlord telling you how. 900 minerals is a lot of minerals. So, Kitty, tell me now, after you kill these Hellbats, now what? What are you feeling like? You're high enough level that you can actually get useful information from this. What are you feeling like here? Mutlops. Is that Mutus? No, I mean from him. You just killed the Hellbats. Okay, I'll just say where I'm going with this. Where's his starport units? Why no medevac? Why no Liberator or Banshee? Where is it? Because you didn't build any spores, and he didn't have any air units with this. So what the fuck? Also, I guess we spent the money at some point. I guess he might not have a starport. And I guess we're going to get away with this. Also, why are we thinking Mutlops? You literally are in his base, and you see he's going mech. I guess Mutlops can work, but you know he has an armory. So, like, you know by definition, he has an armory. So why is this a Mutlops situation? Saying, I like Mutlops. I can't help Mutlops. Okay. So literally, I like Mutlops. All right. It's not necessarily a terrible situation, but like, so no matter what happened, we'd be thinking Mutlop. That's what you're telling me. It's not like whether or not the Hellbats did anything. It was going to be a Mutlops build. Maybe unless you already saw 50 Marine. No. In case you didn't see the chat, Kitty Stalker, I was like, what are you thinking? And he said Mutlops. Which, I knew what he meant, but was amazing. So here we are. And that's the air unit. It's just a Raven, which is kind of surprising. Okay, so he has a unit. What are we going to do, Kitty Stalker? He has a Raven. What are we going to do? You tell me. I'm actual answer. What am I going to say? Not Mutlops. I know we're thinking... Yeah, the answer was anything else. Okay? You got the queens. Now, anything else! Fine. How much larva? You still have 11 larva! What are you rationing? I'm saving up for mutas. Your spire's half done! You mine the 700 minerals in 20 seconds. Oh, now we build the drones. Evo chambers are way too late. Way late. Oh, come on. Come on. 12 links. How much larva do you have now, my friend? Fucking 3. Right at now is when you save larva. This is when you're supposed to be saving larva. Now you're not. Oh, and now we're supply. It's like, but he had Hellbats. Yeah, you got queens. And also, Mutlops deal with Hellbats pretty well. The Evo chambers are a huge issue. In fact, like, the Evo chambers are... On top of not building any Mutlop upgrades. Mutlop grades, if you would. Yeah, that's way too late. Oh, Jesus. We still haven't dealt with the Wraith. Because the queens can only be in one place at one time. Yeah, mech shouldn't have better upgrades than Zerg. If that's happening, it's not. It's very bad. So is the appropriate response to a Liberator in your base just giving up? You gotta build Spore Crawlers at the latest by 4:30. You had no idea what he was going for. 4:30. Not building Spores means if he had built 2 Cloaked Banshees, you probably would have just lost. You got lucky he built a Raven, which costs as much as 2 Banshees, by the way, in gas. So, not building Spores at all, it should have punished you earlier. You should have been punished earlier, but he's too incompetent to do so. So eventually, you get this false sense of security that 9 minutes in, 2 Liberators are going to kill over half your drones. And the Hellbats are going to make sure that's true. Jesus Christ. Also, you do not have the multitasking for the Mutlops. You're over here with these mutas like, okay, well, I need to win the game with the Mutlops. Otherwise, I'm dead. If you're in that scenario, you've already lost. Or at least you should. If you're in a scenario where if I need to micro my way out of it, it should never have gotten here. You were doing fine right up until you lost 39 drones! What the fuck? How are you now at, like, to like 6 units? There are other bases, but I was microing my Mutlops. Yeah, you were, and that's the fucking problem. You're literally doing nothing else. There's nothing else happening. There's a hatchery building. We got fucking 13 larvae. We got no upgrades in production. We got 1,900, 1,300 in the bank. But just got 2 turrets and like 4 SCVs. So this was a win. Oh yeah, 13 more. You see he's building Thors, by the way. At some point, no amount of micro is going to save you. You are going to die, and that point is about 3 Thors. There, at some point, when he gets enough upgrades and enough Thors, the Mutlops die. There is no saving you. Especially if you have no other units, which there are 4 Zerglings. And Thors are one of the very few units that can kill queens. Like, the queens can barely scratch them. So, at least we're getting some upgrades and some Zerglings and Infestation Pit. At some point, we have to acknowledge that we might need units that aren't Mutlops and Zerglings. So, Hive. For better upgrade. The correct transition here, well, the ideal is Lurker. You might be like, well, that's expensive. He has the money. And if he was actually spending it, he could get it, especially with a Hive. But roaches are not bad either, because we're in a like 4 to 5 base against 3 base situation. The only and the biggest danger of mech, especially for a player with the Mutlop tasking of Kitty, or your average Platinum or Platinum at Heart, which is essentially none, roaches are okay. Just as something that isn't cost effective, but is effective. Like, you get 50 roaches against Thor Hellion, and you'll be okay. So when inevitably the Mutlops die, which is inevitable, then you actually have units that can kill him. And Zerglings and Banelings on their own aren't going to kill him. They're just not going to do it. They, like, other better players might make it happen, but being this late on upgrades against like +2 armor Thors, come on. How many kills? The Raven has 9 kills, but the mental damage is incalculable. 47 drones dead. For a tiny fraction of the cost of that many mutas. It was like 2 Liberators, 6 Hellbats, and a Raven. Versus 35 or so Mutlops doing half as much economic damage. I'm sorry, let's, real quick. We're gonna watch in slow motion. Was that worth 3,500 gas? Or so? Now here's the thing, if the Zerglings had been well timed, maybe not all the mutas would have died. But the Thors actually, their AI is different than most units. They prioritize air threats over ground. They're literally designed, they're programmed, not metaphorically, but literally, to kill mutas. That is their purpose. They will only attack the Zerglings after all the mutas are dead. Oh shit, he built 2 Liberators. The last 2 Liberators caused the Great Culling. Now 2 more Liberators might end us. Oh my god. Brenda! Why didn't we mine the 10 mineral wall? Oh my god. I just, there are no words to stress how stupid this is. The beauty of it is there's enough money. Like, this, under better circumstances, could have been 20 lurkers. It could have been 20 lurkers, both the Hydras plus the lurkers. But we are nowhere even close to even seeing signs to go down that road. And, by the way, if you go lurkers, you also have Hydras, because that's kind of how that fucking works. I'm Silver. I gotta say, it's nice to see that banking supply from someone Diamond Plus. Well, Silvers usually don't bank that much, because they build 1/3 as many drones with 1/4 of the IQ. That's why. So, if you find solidarity there, no, you are misled and incompetent. But, much love. One spore crawler. There have been 73 drones killed by, like, less than 10 units. What do you do? They're killing them. They're killing them. They're killing your drones. You're here fucking microing Zerglings against Blue Flame Hellions while your mineral lines are being obliterated. The 2 Liberators are just sitting there, going to town. The reason there are no more drones here is because they killed them all. You're over here with fucking 52 drones, because 4 Liberators have ever existed. Like, you only build spore crawlers in places that Liberators already killed all the drones? Is that it? Like, this is a memorial to the 48 drones massacred at this base 10 minutes ago. You didn't think, like, they could go to other bases? And it's not so much like, well, the Liberators found a nice spot. Like, we're fucking microing against Hellions. Like, that's the threat. But if we just get enough... What if he has 1 Liberator at his base? What if he has one Liberator at his base? What happens then? What are we gonna do then? I ignore it? Yeah, just like you ignored all the others. I wasn't asking for what you plan to do. I was asking what you're going to do. You know what? That's kind of the same thing. I realize. My mistake was thinking that you were capable of learning or critical thinking, and I don't know why I assumed that. Like, well, I built Corruptors. You had 35 Mutas, and Liberators still did damage. You don't have Mutas anymore. What happened to them? I mean, I'm sorry, Mutlops. Ah, yes, this is trying to see, like, whether or not you should actually respect Liberators. And the answer was, of course not. Don't be silly. It was very nice of you to keep the Liberator busy, so that way you could make sure to kill it with your Corruptors. That was good. Nice job there. Oh. If only there was somewhere else those Lings and Banes could be. The beauty of it is it's, like, right in front of your face. Like, you saw the Hellbats walk up. But we still haven't reacted to it. Not even to pull the drones away. Let alone bring the Lings. You're just kind of a little lucky that there are even queens there. Wow. That is an impressive amount of ignorance. Like, 102 drones. Wow. And there's still a Hellbat! Splitting more than all of your units to a base is impossible. Alright, go get them! This is very optimistic. Everyone knows Banelings are a cost-effective unit. How many drones are left? He's been building them. He's finally gotten rid of the bank. He's at 69-ish. Both players. Was really the issue here that there weren't enough Zerglings? Was that the issue we were facing? Ultras would be fine at this stage. Like, a few Ultras mixed in when you have these upgrades aren't as bad as you... Well, they can't be worse than losing 70 drones to Liberators. So... Oh my god. And another few dozen to Hellions. Are those Corruptors doing something over there? Oh, dying to... Did he... By the time he built a turret underneath them. Where are the instructions to submit to the next Angry Coach episode? Don't worry, my friend. I'm sure you'll figure it out. I mean, I don't know if I can wholeheartedly recommend Angry Coach to you, because the instructions are literally on the fucking screen. But if you couldn't figure that out, you might need help in other areas, like basic literacy, as opposed to worrying about your Starcraft play too much. Oh my god. So you have lost, well, now probably 100 drones to Liberators. You're building 5 spine crawlers. Like, it's so stupid. It's just so stupid. You were right, you are a Platinum player. Like, if Platinum players play long enough, they get Diamond. And if they play even longer, they're Kitty Stalker. And now we're here. Jesus Christ. 5 spines. 5. You killed 5 more drones than the Hellions did. And not a single one. Not a single spore. We did not learn. Somehow, those 5 Hellions were more imprinted than the 100 kills. I don't know exactly, but the fact there have been 112 drones killed. Probably about 30 to Hellions, so we're not at 100 kills from the Liberators yet. Here's the thing. Usually Hellions are right in your face. They're flamboyant about it. Whereas the Liberators are just kind of there. Like, there's a Liberator that has 6 kills, which is all the larvae and all the drones at this base. That's what like, but no!
Why? This is the stupidest fucking thing in the world. What a pile of shit.
When did I get 2 strikes? When the 10 Liberators flew into your base. Oh, I'm sorry, 2. It wouldn't have mattered. You didn't notice. Literally my first day in Twitch chat. Is it, my friend? Yes? Alright. So then, why was your account created in 2013? You've been following 2 weeks and you've been subbed him up. Who was on your account? What's up with that? Hey, for 7 years? Not that you have to use it actively. I'm just impressed almost created as fast as...
Mineral field depleted.
Like, I'll give you the help. Use the Angry Coach command when you see something with an exclamation. Like, there are truly new people. And for someone, like, 36 years old, cut him a break, alright? He's probably a gold Protoss player who likes the game, but only found me a little while ago and used to play Wings of Liberty, but now finally decided, yep, I am a boomer. Are you 36? Yes, exactly. Are you a gold Protoss? If you're a gold Protoss, hold on, I'm a little too accurate for my own good. No, Plat Zerg. Oh, well, didn't need to know the age then, because never gonna learn. Speaking of Plat Zergs, Kitty Stalker has now lost 118 drones. The title of the stream says extra shame. I was about to, like, gold Protoss is like, I have more disposable income than I have IQ. So here, have some money, and I might actually be new. Plat Zerg is, I've never learned how to do anything in my life, and I don't plan to, so we're not going to bother. I have never taken new information and used it productively. I've just set my own plans for myself and kept doing those until it sometimes worked 52% of the time and I ranked up.
Mineral field depleted.
Is 40 too old to relearn 30 years of RTS gaming? You'd have to learn in the first place. That's the hard part. Jesus Christ. Somehow, throughout all... that one Liberator... Hellions, 5 spines. And the thing is, the spines don't even really protect the mineral line. So, Liberator, 1 spore. There were 5 Hellions, but there was only 1 Liberator. Oh my god. That is the type of basic reactionary play we're seeing here. Oh no. Oh, Widowmine. A new challenger approaches. So the Widowmine killed 4 drones, and Kitty Stalker's like, let me... I'm not gonna let that slide. I can kill more drones than that. And here we go. Well, demonstrate. Wait for it. Actually, I think the Banes killed it. That's unfortunate. How many Banes does it take to kill a Thor? First person in Twitch chat to get the right number. A +2 armor Thor and a +3 Baneling. How many does it take? First person in Twitch chat to get it will win. I'm gonna do the math. Thor has, okay, that's 7 armor. Baneling is +3. So 22. 22 versus 7. Thor has 400 HP. So let's get the math machine out. So that means each attack does 15 damage. 400 divided by 15 is 27 Banelings. Do we have 27? Apiece. Nyx Panicus was the first one who's unsubbed that got it right. And you might be like, Winter, your math is bad. Well, if it is, he got the same math, and by that I mean just guessing as me. So he gets a sub. Good job. 27 Banelings. How much gas is that? The Thor is 300, 200.
Is that all?
27 Banelings. He typed after you said it. If he did, well, lucky him. Lucky you. Congratulations. He's been sub 16 month. He can get one free. I wish there was a system for that to be better automated, actually. But, unfortunately. Okay. Wait. More math. Is 27 times 25. It's 675 gas. And then 50 minerals. I should be able to do this, but... So 1,350 minerals and 675 gas to kill one 300, 200 unit. Does that...
The numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you.
They do splash. Yeah, but these Thors are sitting here dying to Banelings all on their own. The point is, the Thor is one of the least likely units to have the splash damage be useful. And that is why we're doing all this fancy math. It is just almost as thick as your mother. It rarely is just clumped up on its own, though sometimes you'll hit 2, in which case you'll be slightly closer to cost-effective, but still terrible. If you hit 3 Thors at a time, we're approaching something resembling cost-effectiveness. Maybe. Kind of. I don't think a Thor can have 7 armor. Oh, I'm sorry. Then what the fuck? It was 4 armor. My math was wrong. Nyx Panicus, you don't deserve that. It was 4 armor. It's less. So that means it's like 26 Banelings. So whoever said 26 is feeling very rustled right now. Because that's 3 less per attack. I don't know why I added them. The number's right there. That's with the upgrades. It's not added on.
Forces under attack.
Ready to raise some hell.
Our SCVs.
It's probably not that number. All the math was wrong. This is why we don't do math on stream or in Twitch chat. The few people who were right were drowned out by the people who were wrong, including me. Strike for me. Strike 1 for me. Surprised it took this long. Why are we looking at the Terran? We're looking at the Zerg. Oh, go back to the Terran. Jesus Christ.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field.
Either way.
The numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you.
Like, if I just got 50 more Banelings. He's figured you out. Oh, how are we gonna handle this one? Okay. Big moves. There's more than that, I think. Wow, that was remarkably efficient. And then we're gonna get a bunch of spores in this fight. I will give you, this is the difference between Kitty Stalker, who's like barely off the cliff, climbed over the top to Masters, and a Platinum player, is Kitty Stalker has built a lot more banelings to lose. So I'll give him that. That is all I'll give him, but I'll give him, you've really built a lot of units to lose. And that is important. He's really spending all that money. Is it worth it? He didn't kill 20 SCVs for 4 banelings. He killed 100 banelings for 20 SCVs. Make no mistake, that's what happened here. But he did get the SCVs. Do not forget the lives lost getting here. Of which there were so many. But it did, at some point, more shit does counter less shit. I don't know why the opponent stopped building Liberators. They were working out. He's only building Little Mines now. Oh wait, there's one Liberator. 150 drones. What a huge throw. Maybe a little. I don't think the Terran was dead. He just built a dozen Widow Mines. What a bitch. Classic Terran. Even though the supply gap is quite a difference, like, I guess he had 11 SCVs. Resources lost? Not that bad because at the end. Oh. Also, I'm not sure how Banelings being lost counts. I think it still shows up right, but attrition. So, yeah, that's wherever you are, you don't deserve to be there. So you say we're at C-, because if you're playing like that, you don't deserve it, but brute force is, like, macro over micro is the way to win. Unfortunately, you're proving that. And it's terrible. But I agree with your sentiment, but not your methods. May you continue to fail upwards. And I have to... fine. So, the Mutlups were a really preem choice, weren't they? Like, definitely made the difference. They definitely made that game take like 15 minutes longer.
Oh, a follower.
Thank you, hello, 99.
Is that all?
That was all right. He won. And he didn't win because he got lucky. He won through ramming a square peg into a round hole enough times that the round hole was like, all right, fuck it, what a throw. Like, that's how that went. Anyways, quick advertisement, then we got the last round of replays. Thank you, Trampage.
Happy holidays, winner.
Hey everybody, subscribe with Prime Gaming and I get more money. Nothing says happy holidays, Winter, like a Prime Gaming resub. Give that extra money to Jeff Bezos and me, who both equally need it. And you can get all the exciting emotes. You can get several seconds of recognition from Senpai. You can get shitty loot for shitty games. And you can get all the satisfaction you deserve. Prime Gaming. I get more money. Thank you. You guys for sticking around.
New subscriber detected.
Okay. We got coming up as Serious Businessman. We got Serious Businessman. We got Gamelin. And we have Mr. Blaze Monster. Serious Businessman is either a Diamond Zerg or a Platinum Terran. So that is don't tell us, Serious Businessman. And neither of them have our name Serious Businessman. The names are Megabyte and Fandangler. Which one is it?
Now I have your attention.
Be right back, one moment. The Zerg wins, it looks like, but I don't think that tells the whole story. We'll see.
A follower. Is that all?
All right, we're locking in Zerg. And now we find out if the people are right. Let's see if I missed any info. Serious Businessman. So he actually sent a message. He said, Turret Simulator, Drop Simulator, how do they have so much Simulator? But I don't know if that explains the Zerg or the Terran. Because that's all, like...
Carrier has arrived. And his name is John.
That sounds like a Terran. I still don't know. I don't know if he's like... Is there chat? No. It doesn't explain. It could be either side. I heard tonight's theme was Plat Terran trying a big Gabe build. So you are the Terran! The people were wrong! He may have said that, and nobody noticed. You see at the end whose screen comes up. Yeah, you could tell at the very... Probably, based on who uploaded, like, after the defeated screen, who's still going. Like, if it ends immediately, that means it was the losing player. Whereas if it doesn't, that's the winning player. Oh my god, how old is this game? bringing us a game. Serious business, man. Obviously not a fucking serious StarCraft player. This is from November 3rd. And it will only be, like, oh my god. I didn't know why. Surprisingly, nobody else gave me a replay. There was a patch like a month ago where Zagara apparently got fixed. And that was after. I remember being annoyed by that, but it's been a bit. But no. Just 6 weeks ago. Work has been busy. So, of course, serious businessman. Once again, not serious StarCraft player. Just to be clear. And unfortunately, this does cut into it. It's obvious he doesn't actually want to learn. This is for entertainment value. Like, he does serious business, work hard, play hard.
Additional supply depots required.
So give me money. Or him. I don't know. Which one? Whichever one. Both.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Command center upgrade complete.
The Grim Reaper has arrived. SCV ready. Gangway coming. SCV ready. SCV ready.
It died. The one moment that it actually needed to be microed, it died.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
So that you can't. You see here, which build are we doing here? Because you can't just go 3cc because you have the money, because you haven't spent your money where it's supposed. Like Orbital, Hellions, Starport, not also 3rd CC, because now we're broke.
SCV ready.
Our SCVs are under attack. Add-on
Like, I agree with everything, but the order is important.
complete. Command center upgrade complete.
Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. SCV ready.
If the enemy doesn't attack, it's fine. Yeah, if the enemy literally never attacks and just rolls over and lets you win. Because even if he doesn't attack, it means you don't have as much of what you need in a time. Like, getting the 2nd orbital is just going to slow you down overall. Because that mule the orbital pays for itself on the first mule. That first mule mines more than the time it takes to build the orbital. And the money. Or the equivalent amount. What order should it be in? The one that gets you an orbital. What? Are you fucking kidding? If you get the... No. Okay? I literally have a gold Terran coaching. If you want to actually fucking learn, I'm not saying you gotta pay the $200 an hour on Patreon. And by an hour, I mean 2 hours, but whatever. But it was uploaded to YouTube, and you could watch that, where we go over all the mistakes a gold or close to gold player makes. But if you want me to lay out a fucking build order for you, then you can fuck off. It's in the email.
Command center upgrade.
If you had played a game in the last month and a half, then maybe I would think about it, but no.
Liberation.
Ready to raise some hell.
Add-on complete.
Once I'm done with these Hellions, I'm gonna macro, don't worry.
Add-on complete.
I'm gonna build SCVs any moment.
Mineral
Gangway coming through. SCV ready. We'll attack.
Or maybe not. When was the last time you built an SCV? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh my god. Uh-huh. There we go. So, you know what? At this point, your build order should just be SCVs. That's it. That's your whole build. I don't care about the rest. So... SCV, last SCV finishes at 450.
Command center upgrade complete.
Oh, we built 3 there. So, between that, we missed 30 seconds of SCV production. Let's just say 5 SCVs, give or take. Takes 12 seconds to build an SCV. You got 3 orbitals. 5 SCVs missed. You know what? Let's be fair. 4. We'll say 4. Okay, and then these finish at about 540.
Reporting for action.
4 SCVs missed. And it's not like you don't have the money, nor are we supply block. So the only issue here is literally not fucking building them. They're just not being built. There's nothing else. Like, it's not like, what else do we do? Like, what do we do? When do we build the SCVs? Like, before. No, just any time. At all. There's no order. The order is as soon as possible.
Add-on complete. Mineral.
So we'll say 50 seconds. That is 4 SCVs on 3 orbitals of downtime. So that's 12 SCVs, plus the 4 from earlier. 16 SCVs you missed. 16! Right now, you are down 10 workers. Now, I'm not a fucking math genius, as we've already established.
The numbers don't lie. And they
Is it
spell
better
disaster
to have
you.
5 more SCVs or 10 less? Is it better to have 5 more workers than your opponent or 10 less workers? You tell me, Mr. Businessman. If your quarterly report says you lost 10% revenue or you gained 5% revenue, which one's better? Also, how long is a quarter? And when does it start? Why doesn't it start like the regular days? What's up with that? What the fuck? Why do they need fancy business days? That doesn't make any sense. If my employees miss that many work periods, they would probably get fired. Well, in this scenario, you never hired them. You didn't hire any employees. You had the money, and you're just sitting there. You're not spending your fucking capital. You got the capital, now spend it in order to increase your long-term revenue, you son of a bitch. If you were this poor at spending your revenue in your business, well then, then essentially your stockholders would murder you. And that's par for the course with StarCraft. But, even then, and the SCVs are the best workers. They never take a day off. There's no breaks. There's no nothing.
All hands to battle stations.
So why aren't you getting more of them? In fact, some of them get replaced by robots if you actually pay attention.
Ready for SCV ready.
So, why are we building turrets? Why are we building turrets? What is this, the Pentagon? Like, usually... Oh, because there was a spire. Okay. Well, at some point, a spire existed. So now we need 814 turrets. No mutas, but... What are we gonna build? Fuck off with those Marines. We need turrets. But, why wouldn't we... No. Turrets first. So you need to... You are no longer... You know what? If you ever play StarCraft again, which is not a guarantee, you're no longer allowed to micro Hellions. For 20 games, which is probably 3 years, no more Hellion micro at all. It has hurt you so badly. Not only have you lost all the Hellions now, but you did nothing during it. So you lost all the Hellions, and you did not replace them with a single thing. This guy Diamond, almost. Just Platinum. Like, you have all the production in the world. It's like, but we only have licenses for turrets. We don't have the Marine license. So, it's a real issue.
Research complete. Upgrade complete.
Ready for...
Like, you've heard of it. I mean, you're like, well, Winter, what about DMCA? And I've heard all I need to hear about the Designated Marine Creation Act. Okay, I say that you should be able to make Marines out of all your barracks consistently. You don't need to get permission for every fucking Marine. Just build the Marine. Oh my god. Okay, you actually need to watch the coaching. Like, if you actually want to learn. So here's what my Gold Terran student does. Well, his first problem was he wouldn't stop dropping because it made him feel safe. And that's pretty much it. It's like, I drop because that way I don't have to walk across the whole map, which is very scary. And the second problem was, I'm building turrets because it makes me feel safe, even though you're not producing any fucking units. So he's essentially you, but somehow worse, which is not going to be true for long. I hope. I mean, every Gold Terran. Essentially, Gold Terrans either learn to cheese better or turtle their way to Platinum. I know this is Platinum. Or they actually learn how to play. And this is closer to learning how to play with all this production. Unfortunately, we still have those gold and silver habits of, I need turrets! And also drops are good! Are they? This is not a turn-based strategy game. How many times do I have to explain that he's taking his macro turn while you're taking your micro turn? How many... Drops aren't bad. They are bad. Don't do drops. Stop doing drops.
Mineral field.
How to get better at Hellion micro and drop micro without practicing it? That's like learning, oh, we need to hire some more fucking employees to make sure this fax machine works better. No, fucking Beatrice over there has been using a fax machine since she started working here in 1962, and that's enough, okay? Every once in a while, we might need the fucking fax machine, but what we really need is to focus on spending our damn capital on something instead of having everyone stare at the fucking fax machine. Because that's what you're doing. You're worrying about what should be, like, even in pro games, is like maybe 5% of the useful skills and drops exponentially below that. And no more practicing drops. And by the way, if that was your practice, where was the part where you were practicing drops? You dropped and then watched everything die to Hydras. In what practice? That's malpractice. That's the only type of practice that is. It all just died. There was no attempt to do anything but lose your whole... You could have looked anywhere else on the screen and had the same damn result. And if you cared enough to pretend you were trying to improve, you could have gone to the replay and saw that the drop, oh, it just died to Hydras. But we had to get a first row view to that total and unending disaster that is your gameplay in the 1 to 3 games you play quarterly.
Research complete.
Oh, but we needed the money from the bunker. Okay.
Upgrade. Mineral field depleted.
Suffering is the foundation of learning? Who the fuck said that? Is that a serious businessman original? Or one of those, like, Jesus quotes that got misinterpreted so much it's somehow about capitalism? So what is better? You tell me what is better. A 30 supply here and 20 supply there against 120 supply of Zerg. Like, would you rather feed him? Would you rather shove an entire T-bone steak down his throat, or would you like to cut it up into little pieces for him? You take your pick. I just saw it in a PDF. Well, PDFs are kind of like the fucking 10 Commandments. PDFs are essentially wrote on Mount Sinai, and Moses came down and was like, hey, look at this shit, and put a motivational poster up over there next to, like, all the other... not the sun. I don't care. I don't like that son. Not a big fan of that one. But the other ones are important. I gotta...
Base is under attack.
Base is under attack. Yeah, it is. Everyone, come back!
Mineral field depleted.
We could use some help here. Can't hold them alone.
At least we're trying to keep the medevacs alive so that more Marines and Marauders can be sent piecemeal to their death. No, depots aren't the issue. Depots are not the fucking issue. Depots are not the problem. If you can't figure out what is, trying to practice having things in multiple places, how about you try... Okay, why am I here? Why are you including me in this process? You said you watch my videos, and all my videos are like, instead of trying to do too much, we're gonna do very little, and we're gonna focus on that. We're gonna build units, we're gonna build workers, and we're gonna move across the map. And you're like, I'm gonna do everything else. What the fuck am I here for? Essentially, more shit counters less shit. So let me throw that out the goddamn window. And, the Mutlups died at least, because that's what they do. You GG'd with 70 Marines in the bank. Color commentary. The only color I get from this is green. As at the end of the day, if he wants to worry about how to work the fucking fax machine or the rotary phone, then sure. Okay, he might be better at... No, he's not better at that. The Zoomers picked it up in 2 minutes and figured it out better than he did in 20 years. But if that's what he wants, then sure. What is his APM? If his APM is over 100, there's a problem. 107. You know what? I'll give him that. Now, you might be like, well, it's hard to improve with that, especially when you're doing any form of drops. It is hard. But once again, we already have the stupid fucking window open. So where is it? Jimmy! Oh, yeah. How many replays in almost 6 hours? Too many and also too little. So yeah, we got to give that a score. I guess. Quarterly report. C+. If you didn't keep interrupting yourself, and you played more than one game per month, or less, you actually had everything you needed. You had everything you needed, and you still fucked it up. So it's kind of like Daybreak Games with H1Z1. And then they're like, we're gonna make a planet-side battle royale. And then everybody was like, no, don't do that. That's a bad idea. And then they're like, we're doing it. And then everybody was like, oh god, it's terrible. And then they shut it down 2 weeks in. But now, on the bright side, PlanetSide 2 is developed semi-independently and doesn't suck. Play PlanetSide, it's free. The reason you can't kill anyone is because you can't aim. Too bad. Wait. Let's not go too far. It's way better than it was. This year, they've added more stuff than they added for 4 years to it. They have battle cruisers now. They have siege tanks, super siege tanks now. They have regular updates. It's worth playing. You guys are watching StarCraft and think PlanetSide is dead. Well, let's flip some arguments. PS2 have giant robots. They have carriers. And, well, they're carrier/battle cruisers. They're both in one. So if you're a gold player in StarCraft, and you make battle cruisers or carriers, you might like PlanetSide. Though you'll never get to use one of them, so whatever. You'll die to them. So if you're Zergs, speaking of, Gamelin. Oh wait, he's the Terran. Oh god.
Good luck and have fun.
No, he's a gold Terran.
SCV ready. SCV ready. More shoebox ready. SCV ready.
We're gonna find out, like, it's Gold League, so it's much more likely to be the... That last game was a great example of the split between, like, a higher than Gold Terran, but still dragged and at heart as a silver player. Because it's like, I have all the production, I have upgrades, I got 3 bases, but I don't build any workers, and I don't actually spend my money. So you still got all those Silver League habits, of which are terrible, combined with the, on paper, correct build. Whereas Gold is more like, I got an orbital on a good day, and now I'm building an NG bay.
SCV ready.
What is the NG bay for? We're gonna find out.
SCV ready.
Command center got better.
So what did we learn? No, you gotta put units in the bunker. You have to build units that go in the... So if he made any Zerglings, you'd be surprisingly dead here, by the way, just to be clear. Like, he didn't, but he had a pull done, which we didn't actually scout, but you can assume. You can't just not build units for like a minute and a half after the Rax finishes. And it wasn't that long, but it was close. But thankfully this is gold, so the Zerg may not build units for 10 minutes. That's fair. Are we going to build a siege tank because it feels a lot safer? Well, we've already seen... You know, that's a fair point. Me. Last game we saw what happens when a gold player at heart tries to Hellion micro. They Hellion micro. Full stop. Page break. New paragraph. And then they macro.
Add-on complete.
So...
Your command center upgrade is...
Why? Of all things, this is the worst choice. This was the worst unit you could have built. A Cyclone? Why is it a Cyclone? Why are you building a Cyclone? What is the cyclone for? You said so? What? Why did I say so? Provide more context. For early air defense? Against Zerg? What is he gonna have? He has Overlords! There is no way. What is he gonna fly his Overlords aggressively? And by the way, you're building Marines. I did learn this point. Okay, so I learned this. I learned this with my gold student as well. Because I gave him a build. And if you watch the coaching, you'll see this. The build goes up. It's like build a second CC on 21. Build a factory, 24. I didn't include the second depot. Because the second depot is kind of implied right after the Rex. So you know what he did? He waited to build more SCVs until the second CC finished. Because that's when he got unsupply blocked. And I'm like, oh. I mean, thank you for following the build order to the letter. I was hoping you could provide a few letters of your own. But, wow. My God. Wow. It's like, well, for early air defense, build a clone. There is no Zerg early. But you really did follow the build. So it's like it is the worst unit out of the factory, but it is better than building nothing. Like it's not the worst thing you could have. But it is the worst thing out of the factory. It's just the idea that you had so many options, and Cyclone was what we came up with. That was what I was looking to figure out why. And I'm not surprised, but I am disappointed.
SCV ready.
The answer would be either build Hellions, or just get a fucking tank. Come on. Or like, just move off the tech lab for the starport and get a Widowmine. Something that doesn't cost nearly as much, ideally.
Armed and ready.
It's not that bad. He's building a Viking. Of course he's building a Viking, because his tech lab is taken by the factory. It is that bad.
Systems go. Cyclone ready. SCV ready.
So explain to me what the NG Bay is. At least we made it this far before the NG Bay. What is the NG Bay for? The Viking is fine to kill overlords, but that is part of why the Cyclone is essentially useless. You might be like, well, what can I spend my money on? FCVs! Don't worry, he still has enough money. Or another command center, so that way you can not build SCVs with more. I think I wanted to go for more of an earlier pressure. Then why in the actual fuck are you building an NG Bay? Unless you're going to do a planetary rush. And I know it's for the +1 for Marines. But what Marine? Is +1 better than having another barracks? In Stim, obviously not. Is +1 better than having a third command center that you could have afforded? Because you're only going to have 10 Marines? Like, it's not better. It's not better. Hence the NG for upgrades. No. Build enough units to be worth upgrading. And if you build enough Marines to be worth upgrading +1, you damn well built enough Marines to be worth getting Stim and probably more importantly, Combat Shield. But that would take building more buildings, and I can't build turrets then. And I bet, however many dollars you sent me, I bet double that we're going to be seeing turrets before any early pressure. I bet double that in subs. I'm just going to make that call. There's going to be turrets before any early pressure. And if I'm wrong, you guys get subs. If I'm right, well, you get, haha, he was right. There you get that. Well, he is building a spire, and how do you know that, my friend? How do you know that? I see the production tab, but do you see it in the game, my map hacking friend? I scan it, but that's not the point! It's not the point! The point is you're building an engineering bay before seeing jack shit. The point is you're building an engineering bay before consistently building SCVs. You're building an engineering bay before building a second fucking barracks. You're building an engineering bay before a third CC. That is the point. It's not that you got lucky he's going for 2 bays mutas and you happen to scan the part of the base that is going for the spire. That is not the point. The point is that just because you have the engineering bay, that doesn't justify it. You got lucky.
What's up, ready? SCV ready. SCV ready. You want a piece of me, boy? SCV
What in the fuck are we doing?
ready.
So you have an engineering bay which costs 125 minerals, sitting idle next to your third CC. And if that doesn't seem like a problem to you, then you are actively or accidentally blind. But I cannot help you.
Gangway coming through. SCV ready.
We finished that add-on.
Now here's the bet, Twitch chat. Here's the bet. Does he scan the spire, quote unquote, after Muta's attack? Because there might actually be a tiny bit of thinking happening where he's like, there's no third, so I should scan. But Mutas are in production. Is the justification for the Enju Bay before and after the Muta's attack? And 10 more seconds. The people say yes. The Mutas will attack, and then he will scan the spire, and that was the justification. Like, I'll give a little tiny bit of credit if he scans before the Mutas attack, because, yeah, he doesn't have a third. That's fucking weird. Though right now, we're barely producing anything. And oh yeah, the NG Bay is for the early... Did you not remember... When was this game played? This game was played on the 9th of December. Okay, well, ideally you play more than once every 2 weeks. If this game... There were two sides of this. One, if the game is so old you don't remember it, then what kind of value is there in sending it to me? And two, if the game was young and you didn't remember it, then that's sad and a different problem. But let's see.
SCV ready. This better be good. SCV ready.
At least we got the upgrades. Oh yeah, by the way, 5 subs to the chat. If what you meant was he's on 2 base, so I just prepared for things. But you didn't scan any fucking spire. What I think happened is you remembered Mutas, you assumed something, and you assumed wrong about yourself. But that's not surprising. If you're gonna be like, well, he's on 2 base and it could be Mutas, then maybe, sure. But I would argue that building fucking units is still better against Mutas. But you know what, we'll give the people... Yeah, I think you're right. What do you think? Oh, about what you thought. But yeah, let me explain your thought process to you, which is kind of why we're here, I guess. But
your attention.
so that way you can remember, yeah, the Mutas, like, this was actually a ridiculously good turret timing. If you knew Mutas were coming, but instead... If you had scanned the spire, or you were guessing, it was not bad. But you just happened... You didn't get the turret finished. It was like 10 seconds... not 10 seconds, it was like 5 seconds off. But that was actually ridiculously good. The Cyclone didn't hurt there. So stim, combat shield. Thankfully, mutlups are almost always terrible for... It doesn't matter. I do like your lack of reaction here. Because him making mutas anywhere below, like, at least 5,000, probably closer to 6,000 MMR. Mutas back, like, in the higher... The lower you go from that, the worse they are. Like, there is zero chance of an actual gold player using mutas and making them more effective than face-rolling roaches. There is zero chance, because I guarantee you, if he's so good at mutas, if he applied a percentage of that effort to roaches, they would not be gold any longer. So when you see mutas, instead of being like, oh shit, mutas, you should be like, thankfully, mutas. Are those slowlings? I don't know why I asked. Wait, we're looking at the Terran. Who isn't going to get combat? He does. He does. All right, Twitch chat also wins. Everyone wins. I don't know what you expect to see. Of all the times to scan. Of all the times to scan. This is... You already saw the mutas. It's like, well, I want to see if he's tech switching. What if he was? What if he was? You see a Hydra Den here, but that was not pointed out. In fact... This should tell you, you don't need as many turrets. But, how beautiful. Gamelin, a champion of the people. With just enough short-term memory loss to get the people their subs. So, stim and combat shield. These are not These are not optional upgrades. I think stim is more optional than combat shield. You are getting an armory. You even got a tech lab on one of your ranks. It's supposed to be just one. I still need to fix that. Jimmy! I can't... It's supposed to be like one of those, like Winter gifted 5 subs because he's somehow a generous motherfucker. And that's it. It's supposed to be one time, not for each one. This is not better. Oh my god. So you scanned a Hydra Den. You scanned what you could pretend is a tech switch. No, what happened? Let me explain to you, my gold friend. What happened is you killed all his mutas, you scanned the spire, and we're like, oh shit, mutas. That's it. That's the whole thing. No, nothing else. That's it. That's the whole thing. That was the whole thought process. We didn't click on the Hydra Den. I don't... Wait. Did we click on the Hydra Den? Because when you scan, you should probably try to... I wanna see. Gotta go back. Gotta go back all the way. Does he actually click on that? Does he know he can click on enemy units? Another thing. So here we see every muta die because it's right-clicked on the command center and mutas are... Okay. I was wrong. Strike 2 for me. 3 mutas survive. A deadly number. Then we scan, and then we, click on the Baneley Nest, click on the Hydra Den. So we can click on enemy units and buildings. And then the decision is... Give me 15 more turrets. Give me a dozen Marines of turrets. Minimum.
Your upgrade is done.
Let alone SCVs.
Upgrade come. The minerals have up and gone.
SCV ready.
So, the thing is, despite all of this, these are all very Gold League mistakes, but they're not a big deal. Okay, they're a very big deal, but they're not, like, gonna stop you from moving up. You know what will? Because so far, we've only made build mistakes. Like, we've just built the right things, kind of, in the wrong order. We got production. We got upgrades. Got some SCV production. Not great, but good-ish. But the one thing... Oh, what the hell was that? Jimmy, fix the microphone as well. Don't have an audio engineer. I don't know if you guys heard that, but that was super annoying. I think it's like overloading it. But here would be the big deciding mistake, is if you load up into medevacs and leave all the siege tanks and half your army at home, and one by one send your medevacs to their death, like we just saw. So I'm telling this right now. I'm saying this right now, because that would be the way to secure your spot in gold and maybe plat. But that is usually a bigger issue, because when you do that, not only do you, like, it's happened so many times, not only do you split off a bite-sized amount of units, but you don't do anything else at home because your microing drops. So if you don't do that, if you avoid that, that's more important than any of the significant build and decision mistakes that have happened.
Add-on complete.
Because as long as you're focusing on macro, and even if it isn't even remotely close to perfect, it's going to be better than spending any time on micro. So that's why you see a 50 supply gap, a 4 upgrade gap. The Zerg over there is upgrading Neural Parasite, which if he could Neural Parasite someone who's actually good at the game, then you might have to be scared. But otherwise, oh my god.
Your upgrade is done.
Go, go, go!
Upgrade complete.
Ready to roll out! You want to...
Walking into a ball of banelings is fine, as long as you A-click. That's fine. You can build enough Marines at this level
Field depleted.
that not all of them will die. And that's what matters. It's not about how many men die, it's about how many you have to replace them.
Finished learning. Mineral field.
I like your attempts to use hotkeys here. That was a good try. We got there.
Liberation is at hand.
It's actually kind of a thing. Not bad. Now, so obviously you're not focusing much at home, but you did max out before attacking, which means there's not much to miss at home. There you go. Upgrades on the way. You could be building obviously like more command centers, but otherwise. And we just win. Okay.
And they're out of here.
The build, you need to be able to get, ideally, 3 racks up before 2-2 starts. 3rd CC before NG Bay. SCVs are priority. Build a tank instead of a Cyclone, I guess. It's a B+. Because for all, I really thought we were going to continue down the Gold League road of now I'm building turrets and then I'm going to go battle cruisers after going Marines all this time or some shit. No. I was partially biased because of the last replays we saw. Like, building a Cyclone instead of a siege tank is tiny. Is tiny compared to throwing 40 supply away in medevacs multiple times. Like, that is a fraction. That is a Zergling to an Ultralisk there of mistakes. But I thought that trend would continue. It didn't. It got better as time went on. So, there you go. That, I think, is going to push Marines a solid 50% further to 62, and that was all right.
Carrier has arrived.
And his name is John C.
Oh, you HP.
Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding
Well, let's stop scouting and pretending we're...
Sub with Prime got me
Max
here. I
out.
discovered I had an
Build
old Twitch
SCVs.
account already
Get your
logged.
production.
Maybe mention that more
Do
often to
most of what
convert
you're
more
doing
YouTube
better.
Viewers.
Mention
Can't
it
wait
more
to get
often.
yelled at eventually. Cheers.
We're
coach.
fucking 6 hours into Angry... Okay, not 6. 5 hours in. If they're watching the video at this point, if they're watching the video past 30 minutes, they've heard that Amazon Prime gives you a free sub kind of asterisk. And if they haven't, they're just deaf. Yeah, you can repeat it a lot. Like this is, we're coming in. We're back with, Welcome back to WNTR Radio, sponsored by Amazon Prime. Remember, with Amazon Prime, every month for free, you can subscribe and I get more money. How exciting is that? Amazon Prime, buy today. Or don't buy, I don't fucking know, but one of those things. And now, last but not least... Oh wait, not least. And not last either. Because we have Mr. Blaze one and Melty. Who's using drop SC instead of SC2 replay stats at Diamond. Mr. Okay. Where is it Masters at 4,400? I don't know. Mr. Blaze Monster is a platinum. I'm barely plat. I was gold. Yep, thank you. That's how it works.
Advertising works.
So you are the Zerg then.
New subscriber detected.
There you have it, bro.
It's not significantly better and has too much potential to fuck it up. The extractor trick. But it feels like you're doing a pro gamer move, so I guess that's invaluable. Literally, if it takes you more than like 4 seconds to do it, and you don't return, like, essentially if the drone is not mining for more than 4 seconds, you haven't gained any money. Stop. Oh wait, no, that's the first one. The reason Plat Zerg's extra shame is in the title. When something is extra shame for the week, that essentially means what I'm going to be most annoyed with preemptively, probably because the last time we did Angry Coach, that was the most annoying demographic. Now, since almost everyone is platinum or platinum adjacent in Angry Coach, it's easier to narrow it down. But Plat Zergs are a common theme because they are uniquely incapable of critical thinking, usually, not just in, but also out of the game. They struggle with technology, both in and out of the game. They struggle with interpreting what other people are doing or saying, both in and out of the game. And they just overall think life is harder than it needs to be, both in and out of the game. So that is why extra shame.
Queen's all done. Good choice.
What is this? What are you doing? Why is that a lair? I was planning on doing early roaches. Okay. Why is that a lair? To get roach speed. Let me explain it this way. If you get a lair this early to go roaches, getting roach speed slows down your roaches. Let's try to do a little bit of fucking economical thinking here. Let's do a tiny bit of math. You do not have the economy to spend 100 gas on a lair, 100 gas on roach speed, and also put a significant amount of roaches on the field across the map. You will have less roaches later at his base than if you had just built a fucking roach farm. It defeats the purpose of going for early roaches if you go for an early lair for speed. Just go Nidus or something to at least pretend to justify it. But going for a lair with 24 drones is not faster than just building roaches. Also, if it's for roach speed, you need a roach warren. And a roach warren takes 2/3 of a lair to build. A lair takes 57 seconds. A roach warren takes 39 seconds. So, if your lair is over halfway done, and you haven't built a roach warren, you're going for a pretty fucking slow roach speed. And also, I know a roach warren costs 150 minerals, but don't forget, it also costs a drone of which you have precious few. Now, unfortunately, you just don't have the minerals or the drones.
Evolution complete.
This is what I mean. We have our gold and our platinum Terrans come in like, well, in my build order notebook, I was doing Hero Marine's patient build, which I might over-micro the Hellions. My third CC is kind of late. And yeah, my SCV production was pretty bad. Whereas fucking here, we got a Platinum Zerg who's like, I'm going roaches, doesn't make a roach warren, and is building a spine crawler. This is not... I was planning on going roaches. What, like, in your memoirs? What the fuck? This isn't, like, a different version or a worse version. You're just not. You're just not going... This is not going roaches. This is not what early roaches... It's just not right. It's just wrong. You're just wrong about your own build. And Protoss are in between. Protoss are sometimes... Well, I'm doing, like, Zest's Adept Pressure, which is... I'm pretty sure Zest was drunk all of the time, but also when he made it, but it works. Or it's like, I usually cannon rush, but I tried to macro. No. But the Terrans are the, fucking, like... There's a reason Innovation wears glasses even though he's a robot with perfect vision. Because it makes him look like he's thinking harder, which is very important for Terrans. And also, by the way, he named himself Innovation, which, if he spoke English as a first language, would be kind of douchey. But it still is, even though he's Korean. But on the other hand, we have Zergs who are like, dark. And then we have Zergs who are so unoriginal, they name themselves after Terrans. Like Raynor. Like, come on. Or, like, Rogue. Okay. Rogue. I don't know what Cyril's from, so I can't make fun of it. Explain to me how this is roaches. Explain to me which part of this in any... Like, what is the lair for? In no way. Like, this is the same as my Gold League friend, Gamelin. Gamelin, you're looking so much better now, by the way. Gamelin coming in like, well, I scanned the Spire, which was bullshit. But you can see... Like, there were parts of it. It was like a clickbait headline. Like, people read the headline and they think something, and that something is slightly wrong, but at least they're in the right fucking genre. Whereas, here, it's just fake news. This is just lying. You're just lying. This is not roaches. Like, Twitch chatter says, well, I was trying to go roaches. Experts disagree. No, he didn't make any fucking roaches. He lied. He fucking lied. It's wrong. He was entirely wrong. I don't care what he thought. There were not even a single roach. It's just a fucking lie. Experts disagree because a 4-year-old could disagree. A 4-year-old could be like, so, he said he made Zerglings and probes. There were no probes. He can't make probes.
Your swarm is now...
Yes, but 1 out of 100 experts say that there could have been roaches, so... Like, we're not 100% sure. He had the minerals. We're not sure where the minerals went. He didn't make any roaches. He's making Zerglings. He's going Overlord speed, which does not require a lair. He built a lair for some reason.
And base under attack. Did you build it all in the main again?
We're just continually building random amounts of Zerglings because random amounts of Hellions are showing up. This would actually not be a bad scenario for roaches. Unfortunately, he never made any sort of roaches. And I don't even mind the roach idea. It's just a fucking lie is what it is. At least Gamelin, with his I scanned the spire, that was technically correct. All he said was, I scanned the spire. Now, in context, that was so stupid. It was dumb because he neglected to add he had already been attacked by Mutas. But at least he scanned the spire. Oh, okay. No. This is way worse. You might be like, I'm going roaches, but also a lair. That is a different order of magnitude. That is I may have gone Muta then Roach by mistake. That was like going to school for 8 years to get a fucking sociology degree and then saying, you know what? Actually, I wanted to be a street performer, and also a throat singer. It's like, but not on the street. I do that in concert, but also a street. No! It's complete. No, you got a fucking doctorate in sociology, and you're a goddamn sociopath. Which makes sense, I guess. Already an expert in the matter. What? No, it's wrong! It's wrong! Oopsie, I built a spire. No! This isn't the Pentagon. You can't just throw 200 to... It not only costs more minerals, but it also costs more gas. You spent multiple times the cost of a roach warren on things that are entirely different.
Queen ready. Brenda's. Base under assault. What would Brenda do?
You barely mine 1,500 minerals. So this game is not like a pure plaid Zerg game, but it's pretty damn close. Like it did most of the points here. You're at 1,500 minerals. We're not supply blocked. 12 larvae banked up. 0 upgrades, units, drones, fucking anything in production. We said we're going roaches. All we have right now, with a roach warren and a spire finishing, is a dying third and a bunch of lings and queens. We got overlord speed after the lair finished. The overseers were only after the cloak banshees attacked. So at the end of the day, everything was wrong. Didn't he say he was going for roach speed, not just roaches? Yes, he said, I'm going roaches. And then I said, why the lair? And then he proceeded to continue lying! That's what happened.
Mind out of that cluster. Still in the game. Nice. A new queen.
There's the roach speed. A well-known counter to banshees.
Hatchery cooked up a fresh.
The spire was just for I hope he doesn't see the spire, because he's definitely going to make Mutlov.
A mineral field has been.
Is there a limit to the number of replays you can yell at me for? Yeah, your bank account.
Your brood is on mineral field depleted. All done. The enemy is.
If it's enough, I will just go up. The price will just go up specifically. You can pull a hybrid on that.
Your swarm.
Especially if they're terrible. If he had just stayed at I go roaches. And when was this game played? Remember that argument about, like, maybe he doesn't remember the game. This game was played yesterday. It was played yesterday. Oh, I think it was 2 days ago now. It's the 21st at 3:30 a.m. I don't know if that's Eastern. It is the 21st, and that was 2 days ago. How much time do you waste on a single replay on average? Both too much and too little. I'll give him this. He has played, and who's he playing against? Who's the other player? Sharf. This is a better excuse. he has played like 40, not 40, like 20 games since then. If it was like 4, then I would continue ranting. But 20-something games, that's not terrible. I'll give you a little. We'll pull back a little on it. So the roaches and ravagers crush his army. So what do you then decide, my friend? No, the point is he decides to go for not more roaches and ravagers. He decides on mutas and ling.
You can run faster
and also roaches. Like, mutas are not cheap. Oh no. So it's going okay-ish, but now we're gonna micro mutla.
Yours are. Mineral patch, mutation.
When you go Roach Ravager, you want to attack him before he's even on supply with you. Because Roach Ravager, pound for pound, is not better.
You took all the minerals. Ruin under attack. Panic time. You're mind out of that. You, on the other hand, not enough energy. They're attacking your creep too.
You have a Spire.
Donation
Did you forget? There are Spire units right there. Is that an... Are you building Ultras? What am I supposed to build? Banelings. The answer is Banelings. The answer after going... Or Hydras. The answer after going for +3/+3 ranged attack is not unupgraded Ultras. That is almost certainly never the... Even if he only had Marines, it probably wouldn't be Ultras. Let alone Liberators, Tanks, Marauders, soon Ghosts.
You're all my...
Did we not get... So Baneling speed is not important just for the speed, but they give 5 HP. It's like combat shields for Banelings. Did we get it? No, of course not. There's an ultra speed upgrade, by the way.
The enemy is attacking your swarm. They're creeping on your creepers. Mutation, mineral field depleted. You mind out the...
The Baneling speed is egregious. That is terrible. Like, a lack of Baneling speed. Unfortunately, because he's a Platinum Terran, he's giving you every opportunity to win this game. And if you had Baneling speed or Ultra speed, you might actually do it. Wow. He actually used his snipes. That was impressive. But like, that's legitimately impressive from the Terran. That was a solid fight. You don't expect to see that. Like, you expect a couple snipes, then the rest of the ghosts just die.
Creep tumor under attack.
So how did you come up with your name?
His drones are swarm. Your extractor is out of gas, and no problem since Queens across minerals.
TLO fan. Immediately I'm like, this is a play on TLO. I didn't want to say it, because in case I was wrong, I'd be giving you too much credit. But there you go.
Mutation finished. Yeah.
You never want to do that.
Your extractor is stopped. Extracting? Yours are a mineral field. Your brood under attack.
I think he retired. Ooh.
Panic time.
I'm not gonna correct him.
Mineral field depleted. Your brood is under attack. Base under attack. Hide your queens. Hide your hives.
How many? 16. Yeah, let's not even pretend with the hotkeys here.
Oh, follower.
Do we have main speed? Nope, no main speed. We got ultra speed. So what part of this game has made you think that ultras are continuing to be a strong choice?
Mind out of that cluster.
The answer is Lingbane Viper, by the way. And Baneling Speed is kind of a critical fucking point.
You mind out the gas of that guy.
If they're literally on, like, Tank, Ghost, Liberator, they can counter all your big units. So you need to worry more about the small ones. Having a few, like, Ultras just to force them to micro is fine.
Where did it all go?
I'm surprised we got to Vipers. I really didn't think we'd get to Vipers. I'll give them that.
Base under attack.
I don't think we're going to use the Vipers well, but...
Brood under attack. Panic evolution complete.
But at least we were thinking about them, so that's something. So roaches get countered by essentially all of the same things ultras do. You're just building a shittier ultra with roaches of it. And they barely have more range than an ultra.
The enemy is attacking your spawn. No. Your brood is under attack.
Oh my. So this is the moment, well, at this moment you're pretty screwed. That would be an appropriate GG moment with that army.
The mineral patch is gone, and it's not coming back. The swarm under attack. Will you save them? They're attacking your creep tube.
Yeah, it's unlikely from here.
Check the replay. Find that play button.
At least he listened. So there were a lot of missing pieces. Ultra, like when he has ghosts out, you don't start going ultras. The answer is mostly the Kitty Stalker, Lingbane, and then at least Vipers were built at some point. I don't know where they showed up. I think they may have just flown in and died. But at least the idea, like, you pulled up out of the total nosedive, and you might have noticed my commentary softened a bit after seeing how many games. It's still very Platinum Zerg. Like, when Terrans are like, I'm trying to do the Hero Marine build, I'm doing roaches. Like I said, did I not say? I want to point out what I said. If you go back, you will hear me say, during the Terran replays, oh, these Terrans like Hero Marine build or Euthermal build or Innovation build and details, the Zergs say, I'm going roaches. And then they don't go roaches. I said exactly that. And here we have this, by the way. Thank you for proving my point. But it's a B-. Because actually, the macro was kind of there once you stopped thinking about what you were doing and just started doing it. But also, by the way, shame on you. Jesus Christ, that was terrible. Just stick to the plan. Build more. Don't bank up 1,500 minerals when you have 1,500 minerals of income. That is just depressing. I think that's I'll eventually move up, but it will be a very painful process. Yes, Melty. 2 whole replays at one time, both on dropped out SC, as opposed to SC2 replay stats, meaning we're not trying that hard. but higher diamond / low masters. You know, high diamond / low masters. Everybody's there. Actually, I'm not sure what 4400 is anymore. It used to be low masters, but it might not be now. Because everybody got shifted down a few hundred. I'm not sure why. No, it's still pretty low. Master starts at 4320. My game plan is defensive units into roaches. Defensive roaches into units. Game 2 is 2 base muta into units. And a third point, we're not vetoing submarine as a Zerg, so... There's also that, which I would argue is a mistake. I don't believe in vetoes? Well, facts don't care about your feelings. Submarine is just a shitty Zerg map because they can walk across and kill you pretty quick. You might be like, so can I. And to that I say, yeah, but like not as well. There's a reason Jagannatha gets vetoed a lot in TVZ. Same, different side of the coin. Fuck was that noise? Did you build any queen? Okay, the queens are at least done. And I get, you got the Reaper. Fine. I don't even mind the roaches. This is early roaches. Mr. Blaze, here you go. This is what early roaches looks like. I'm pretty sure that was one of the Korean casters making the queen inject noise for the queen coming out. That's what I'm pretty sure we just heard. Or Chinese, I don't know. Not Cancer Pie. Why you gotta be like that? Why you gotta build a lair now? After I compliment you. Why you gotta build, like, why are you building 5 roaches? French? Ah! You see, as an American, all foreign languages are exactly the same to me. In my defense, the noises were bleh. So, I should have recognized how pronounced it was in French. Seems like one of the. It seems like a whole sentence in French, to be honest. Yeah, now obviously it's super French. Yeah. Very cool.
Le soir me subit une attaque.
I heard SCV. I don't think it meant SCV. So what was the point of all these roaches? Why are you going across the map with the roaches now? Why wouldn't you go across the map when they're done? Why are we going now? Like, he still has Hellions. The thing is, if you're going to send me a game on Submarine where you go roaches and then attack at the worst possible time while banking 1,000 minerals and being supply blocked just as your lair finished using no lair tech, then I'm not going to get anything productive from this besides realizing that every Masters player is also a Platinum player at heart. And we already learned this. The Platinum players are Platinum and the Masters players are also Platinum. Your fucking supply block, build some overlords. There's your translation.
Et si t'as plus de tumeurs, eh ben tu meurs.
And then, are you kidding me with the Amnesia Lords? Amnesia Lords are when you get supply blocks, so you build some overlords. And then you have short-term memory loss because you're a Platinum Zerg, and then you build more overlords. Do you need 40 more supply right now? The answer is, actually, it's not. Wait, no. 64! What is that fucking math? 64 more supply of units? Is that something you can spend? Do you not need those minerals for anything else?
Le soir me subit une attaque. Ta nuit s'amenuise.
Whenever you build units before you need that, Zerg is not like Terran and Protoss. The more you build units before you need them, not every unit is a baneling, but every unit you build could have been a drone. So when you build 10 roaches and they sit there for 3 minutes and then do something, you could have built another dozen drones and then built the roaches and had the same effect with a dozen more drones. Oh yeah, are you surprised by the battlecruiser? I didn't even notice if you scouted or not. I assumed you did. But you've seen the fusion core.
New subscriber detected.
Yeah, but Terran is scary. What did you think the fusion core meant, if you thought about it at all? I scouted and was still shocked to see it. What do you want from me? You know I'm gonna tell you to build more queens and stop being a stupid bitch. What else do you want? And also, by the way, build spores, like, at any point, usually by 4:30, because if that battlecruiser had been a cloaked banshee or a liberator, it still would have killed a fuck ton of your drones. Late game help? You wouldn't have to go to the late game if you could play the early game. Yes, I know, sometimes it will get there, but this does not bode well. Like, it is true. It sounds like a cop-out answer, but if you don't find yourself flailing for the first 10 minutes of the game, being in a comfortable position to play late game, like, some games will just get to, like, turtle mech on 4 bases versus hive tech. Some games will get there, but if the entire game up until that point you feel like you're reacting instead of being proactive, and you're reacting because you're not using your eyes or your brain, then late game's gonna be harder too. Like, struggling to stumble into a position where you have hive tech is much different than going hive tech to be able to counter him with Vipers. You shouldn't have to be Zerg is the reactionary race, but that was only partially true in Wings of Liberty and Heart of the Swarm, and it's not very true at all in Legacy of the Void, because in Legacy of the Void, a Zerg is capable of being comparably cost-efficient. You got Lurkers, you got Vipers. I know Vipers existed before, but Lurkers are a big part. You have the ability to compete with the late game of the other races without having a huge economy. But if you're over here like, oh my god, I scouted the fusion core, but that battlecruiser came out of nowhere, then you're gonna play most of the game like that. So if you don't fix this part, it's gonna be hard to fix the rest, just mentally. Move the drones. He's targeting the drones. He's killed another 10 drones that didn't need to die. If you scout the fusion core, 2 spores on your outer bases and half a dozen queens on a control group minimum. He had 0 spores and 5 queens total, which is not enough. Yes, and he's, I would say, at least 1 spore and 6 queens on a control group just every game. It doesn't matter what the fuck you scout. Unless he has barracks outside of your base, that should be your goal. And even then, maybe. I don't know. What were the roaches even for? What are we doing? Why is creep spreading to get your units out on the map more important than running your drones away? Why is that like look away, get the creep spread? What is the creep spread doing for you? It didn't do shit before when the fucking Hellions ran in. The Hellions ran over the creep spread that you're now so diligently replacing. What is it gonna do for you next time? What purpose does it serve? You might be like, well, he was going to kill a bunch of the drones anyways. Yeah, but you could have... I would argue that saving 5 drones is still better than creep spreading. He's going to get a bunch of them, but he shouldn't just get every single drone because you're a lazy fuck with poor priorities. And being a lazy fuck with poor priorities probably explains why you struggle at all stages of the game. I just do it because I was told to work on my creep spread by Lambo. I'm sure Lambo's like, everything else is perfect. Work on your creep spread. I'm sure Lambo wouldn't have been like, hey, you know, losing 10 extra drones every time you get attacked is fine, as long as you got sick creep spread. I'm sure that's what Lambo said. That was probably part of it, eh? How do you have 15 Ravagers and the Hellions still get out of your base? How does that happen? How is that possible? Like, the Terran stopped controlling him, I'm pretty sure, because he expected them to die, because he expected you to be significantly more competent than you are. Credit to the Terran for looking away and working on his build, because he just assumed you wouldn't be that incompetent. He told me I was bad and not enough creep lost me one specific game. Sounds right. Therefore, every game. So a lot of you might take killing a battlecruiser with corrosive bile to think, oh, Ravagers are good again. No. 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 That battlecruiser already paid for itself with the drone kills before as well. And some queens. Oh my god, he built another battlecruiser. So the answer is Hive, Vipers, Roach Hydra Viper, Roach Corruptor Viper. Roach Corruptor Viper is probably better, but you do need to control the Corruptors and the Roaches separately. No. How many siege tanks are here? Tell me. Tell me right now, how many siege tanks are here? Answer the question. This is relevant and important. First, answer how many siege tanks, and then answer how many hives you have. The only tiny excuse you could have is if your hive is on the way and you're maxed out anyways. You're not maxed out. There is no hive in production. In fact, you're attacking 20 seconds before your +2 attacks. So this is actually, you have, my friend, chosen one of the worst possible timings to attack. Congratulations, you've given yourself time to minimize the damage of your units with doing poor scouting and also potentially delaying the stuff that will counter the amount of siege tanks. The answer is only 2, but also 10. Only 2 tanks, which if you knew for a fact it was only 2, then I would say, you know what? Maybe. Maybe. But even 2 tanks here is ridiculously tough to beat, let alone 10. So you could have built a hive for how many? Here's your late game. Here's how you play the late game, is by fucking getting there. You play the late game by getting to the late game. You don't get to the late game by just not... Once again, like I said, if you're kicking and screaming dragged into the late game because you barely survived the beating you got any time before that, it's much different than comfortably starting in the late game from a good position economically. And I would say right now with 73 drones, with 5 bases on the way, with upgrades and a decent army and good creep spread, you're looking good. But how could we fuck that up is the question you must ask yourself, subconsciously or otherwise, and then you figure that out and do it. Literally right now, all you have to do is not attack. All you have to do right now is build a hive and don't attack. If he attacks you, kill him. But there is no reason to do anything at this stage. You know he doesn't have a fourth. You are on 5 bases. You can build a hive. You have map control. You have creep spread. The only way you could fuck this up is by attacking. I'm not attacking as hard when I want to go kill him. Well, you want to continue losing, then that's fine by me. No ladder points from me. And no risk of you ever taking them. He's taking a fourth. So he's taking a fourth. Attack is fourth. It's right there. Not the entrenched position with a wall. I didn't even see this before. You see him take a fourth. Why don't you attack his fourth? Like, it's right there. You just saw it. It's not a planetary. In fact, he's building an orbital. What a greedy bastard. So attack his fourth. No. I want to attack the place with a wall and siege tanks. That is just fucking stupid. It's just stupid. On its face and written all over it. Fucking face tattoos on the stupid face that say, I'm stupid. Like, doubling down. My thoughts were his army would be out of position. Why would you think that? You're in a sensor tower. You scouted. He just took his base. You've been in a sensor tower for this whole time. Then again, that would take you looking at the minimap, which I don't guarantee. And then you see the tanks firing at you. You're like, you know what? I can break it. Oh yeah, there's like 10 more tanks. Where are the tanks? If he's out of position, what position is he in? He's not on the 60% of the map you have covered with creep. So, imagine if you had twice as many Ravagers. You would kill the orbital. You would have killed the... If you had just attacked the fourth, you would have killed it. But instead, no hive, and you don't kill it, and you lost half your Ravagers. The units lost is surprisingly even, but it will not stay that way. Partially because, like, a battlecruiser died, and some Hellions died while attacking, but don't worry. If you can name me one scenario where both players have over 100 supply, where it is ever worth it to micro 4 Zerglings instead of getting a hive, I will do 5 more Give me a plausible scenario where microing 4 Zerglings is more important than getting a hive. In that, both players are over 100 supply. I'll let 2 more replays for free if you can come up with something. I play with the minimap as a black background, so I only really see... Why? Why? Stop it. Name one pro player that does that. Apparently, Lambo saying one probably offhand, out of context comment about creep spread. Creep spread? I meant spread. That it's pronounced spread, thank you very much, in Germany. But one offhand, barely out of... Panda Bear Me? Panda Bear Me doesn't use the minimap. He attacks well before that. I'm sorry, Panda. Does Lambo use the black background minimap? So you're just going... If you're using your Frankenstein bits and pieces of what pro players have kind of put together, does Lambo, who we're basing most of our early game off of, use terrain on the minimap? When your lair is getting killed and the only army nearby is 4 lings? Where's the rest of your 100 supply? It's all in drones? And what is it getting attacked by that 4 lings are going to save it? Like, a 4 HP Hellion? 4 lings that you need to micro actively, by the way. Like you were shift-clicking on SCVs here, by the way. I'm not saying A-click. I'm saying shift-click. Like that you need to spend more than 1 second microing. One brave Marine. It's just, you need a hive. You need a hive. A hive allows you to attack and kill him faster. If you don't build a hive, he might not kill you, but you won't kill him. The point is, anything you're doing that isn't building a hive right now obviously is hurting you. You built the infestation pit. You could build 4 more layers and then build them into hives. And by that time, you'd have enough money. And that's after building 6 more Ravagers, after losing 10 Ravagers. You have the money to do all... You could build 3 more hatcheries, upgrade them all the way to hives. You could do that, or you could micro your Zerglings and build a few more Ravagers if you really want. And now we're in the classic situation of, well, I lost so many units, I have to build units. You made the active choice to lose all those units. Though you might not have thought like that at the time, obviously. You made the active decision to lose all those units you now feel obligated to replace. So now we're in the vicious cycle of attacking into terrible positions without enough units, so that way we need to replace the units, and your attention is so focused on banging your head into a wall. I assume that's what your mother did when you were a child, and that's why we have this sort of brain damage. Oh, this time I'll get through. Okay. He's attacking with unsieged. You're doing ridiculous amounts of damage with corrosive. You're doing irresponsible amounts of damage with corrosive bile. He's really selling the idea that corrosive bile is the counter to anything here. So now we're going to get the rest of the upgrades. Pathogen glands, neural parasite. Where are the air upgrades if we're getting burrow? Who cares? I feel like air upgrades would probably be more useful than, I don't know, like, pathogen glands. Why are we making infestors? What are the infestors for? What are the infestors for? Well, assuming he builds them. You guys got the gist. If you're like the battle cruisers, then why do we have a spire at all? The units lost is still surprisingly even because corrosive bile keeps doing too much.
Le soir me subit une attaque. Champ de minerai épuisé. Amélioration terminée. Champ de minerai épuisé. Il n'y a plus de gaz dans le gazier.
So, you got 2,200 minerals. You got 1,400 gas. What's something important you need to do before you attack?
Ce champ de minerai ne génère plus aucun revenu, t'entends?
Max out on 15 more corruptors. Have you seen a Banshee yet? In fact, we're getting fucking lucky here that he went Banshees. I don't think a single Banshee has been spawned. 15 more. Oh, I'm gonna go Broodlords. With what money? Unupgraded Broodlords. With what money? You just spent all of your money on corruptors. All of it. We are at 90 drones, but now multiple bases are mining out. So this is the classic build for Broodlords. What you want to do, if you want to get to Masters, well, Masters will actually build the Greater Spire, but you got to lose your entire army and then go Broods and be like, the Broods did not solve every single one of my problems. What's more important? Losing this base or protecting your Brood? No, I'm sorry. Like, what's better? Losing this base but protecting your Broodlords, or losing this base and the rest of your army and then getting Broodlords? Because your choices are retreat from the base and build broods, or don't retreat from the base, lose the army, and build broods. Here's a Twitch chat opportunity. Now think about it. He is pretty good. He does have corruptors on the way. Keep this in mind. Does he spend everything on not broods before broods? Like, is his next choice before building any brood lords to spend most of his money? I know it's like an obvious yes, but like 5 subs if you guys are right. Think about it. Okay, there's no faith here that he's gonna fucking learn something at some point. How much larva? There's 24 larvae, so that's not an issue. What are we gonna do? We built all those corruptors. Corruptor's gonna counter those banshees super hard. It looks like he's really committed to the brood idea here. It looks like you guys were, come on guys. He's finally learned with the complete and utter obliteration of his ground army. The ground army he's just about to finish +3 for, by the way. He's now going to transition against someone who has non-zero Thors to unupgraded brood lords. Well, what am I supposed to do against Thors? The answer was Roach Ravager with like 4 Vipers. Broodlords are okay, but if you don't add Vipers, they just die. They just die to Thors. Vipers are a very important part of this puzzle. You're not playing late game. You're just playing tower defense. Except you're the attacker. What you're playing right now is essentially tower defense, Zerg. And you're not the towers. Well, now comes my Broodlord wave. Oh, this one's kind of tough. We gotta get some anti-air ready before that. I don't think I've made a Viper this quarter, so if you're gonna take one line out of context and apply it to all your games, build Vipers! You lost this game because you didn't build Vipers. And that's true, and if you can only think about one line at a time, I don't know why I'm here, but build Vipers! So he microed his Thors, which is a critical mistake. This might make people think that Broodlords counter Thors. They don't. They counter Thors that don't shoot. The Terran was doing fine until he microed here. But let's just watch the fight. I want to make it clear. Like, so here's the unit count. It is 8 Thors against 13 broods, which sounds bad, but it is now 7 Thors against 10 broods. 6 against 8, and then he walks forward and the siege tanks start firing. So here's part of the issue, is if your tanks are sieged, and also your Thors are caught behind your tanks. So at the end of the day, despite that, there's only 8 broods left, and if he hadn't microed, I think there'd be like 4 or 5. So all he needed to do was sit there. Because Thors, with the nerf to broods last year, Thors now have the same range as Broodlords firing. You can kind of try to be a little fancy, but it's super tough. Unfortunately, there are literally 0 corruptors left because we're playing fucking tower defense. That's it. We're actually playing tower defense. Now's my Broodlord wave. It's like, oh, thankfully air units are going to counter this one. And then the Spire dies because there are 0 corruptors. The Zerg manages to lose. The Zerg is still losing. Oh my god, fucking Twitch chat. Jesus Christ. The Zerg has been losing this whole game. Why would it change just because he killed one small army? The Terran still has more supply.
Le soir me subit une attaque.
By the way, one Viper would probably kill all those Banshees. One parasitic bomb. Most of those Banshees are already damaged. One spore, I don't know if there was a spore, but a spore and a Viper, like 3 queens and a Viper. Where are the queens? They're around. They're just not hotkeyed at all. And they're on the other side of the map, probably fucking creep spreading, because that's important for Broodlords. Unfortunately, he built non-zero Vikings, which just kind of kill all the broods. Go get them, Zerglings. And the Zerglings did, which is sad. Most of this is summarized by Build Vipers. It's a little late now.
Défendez votre roi! Défendez la balle! Ton armée se fait brûler le bout du nez! Tes tumeurs sont en train de morfler!
One Blinding Cloud wins this fight. One Blinding Cloud, and that is a significant and game-winning, potentially, victory for the Zerg. But instead, everything dies. Thors are clunky-ass units. One Blinding Cloud, it's not just like they can't fire, but they all actively try to trip over each other to fire. And in those, like, 4 or 5 seconds, you kill several Thors that can't shoot at you.
GG, you did your best. C'est pas grave, tu feras mieux la prochaine fois.
Why was that one in English? You didn't do your best. Oh, maybe you did. You know what? I believe him. But, oh my god. D+. I think you got there because of the macro. And this is like, just like Loco, who is technically, on a good day, a Grandmaster Zerg, but ask any sort of micro or late game, and then suddenly, oh my god, he built a fleet beacon or 4 bases, and therefore I have to do anything but hold down the R key. Oh no, this is a heart, because all Zergs are platinum at heart. Would Microbial Shroud have made a difference? Yeah, if he had won Infestors for Microbial Shroud, it's very likely he would have died a lot faster and saved us the pain. But unfortunately, he went Broodlords, which made it for 4 seconds look like he was competent, and then we had to go through the whole rest of the process. Another Melty. Gonna wrap it up against Netmech. Oh, Netmech. Yeah. He plays annoying. Doesn't he? I've played him. In my defense, though, Netmech is 4800 MMR, which is a lot closer to mine. But the fact that I've played someone he's playing, and I'm at matchmaking at around 5k-ish is... So he's already heavily favored. But in this game, unranked is no fun. Does he play unranked? At least it's not... The only thing I hate... Oh, I'm looking at the wrong person. Is people who play unranked on a barcode. I don't mind unranked. It's annoying sometimes. Why do you care? You get the ladder points. I get annoyed if they play like a bitch. Or are on a barcode. Like, barcode unranked doesn't make any sense to me. But at least I can understand it if you're not. This game I go 2-base Muta. Yeah, like, we're not here. We're here for the yelling. We're here for the entertainment. We're here for the veneer of me trying to help you improve. But really, just like if I wrote a whole article, a whole fucking essay, a goddamn thesis about what you could do better, you would read the clickbait headline made by like the New York Post or some shit that took the wrong conclusions from the middle and completely out of context that doesn't make any sense. So instead of like, you need to focus on actually countering what you see with your eyes, it's like, streamer calls player blind despite having eyes. It's like, not what I said, but sure. So Vipers. Does streamer hate actually blind people? No, Twitch. I didn't know. Oh. You don't go 2-base Muta by getting a second queen. I knew something was fucky. It seemed late. That's not 2-base Muta. You go 3 bases and then Mutas. If you're going 2-base Muta, you get 1 queen and then you build a lair. This is not 2-base Muta. This is just like quick Muta. You were very adamant about saying it's 2-base Muta. It's not 2-base Muta. This is not 2-base Muta. And yes, sometimes you get a third by the time the mutas come out, but like getting another queen and delaying your lair by that much and then getting a third before the spire starts is not 2-base muta. Okay, we can disagree on the terminology, but the defense of it is about as solid as your late game. The idea is better versus BCs. You know what's better versus BCs? Building a spore crawler. BCs are good against 2-base muta, especially if it's delayed like this. The BC's in your base by the time you could have had a spire done. In fact, if you went BC right off the bat, you'd fucking die. Like, let's think about it. A BC on the outside, if he was going quick BC off 2-base, at the latest it's 530. It's around 530. Right now, if you build a spire, which takes 71 seconds, by the way, you would start mutas at about 530. Or corruptors. So he would have a battlecruiser in your base, and I think that's a little late, before your mutas would be done. Don't BCs arrive at 450? I was being generous. Now you're just kicking yourself while you're down. So it's not better against BCs by your own point. And because you went quick mutas, but not that quick, you're not going to have that. You don't have as many drones because you're getting all these extractors and a spire. And if you get spores, you have less drones, so the battlecruiser already did its work. And now here's the thing. He's not going BC. And 2-base muta is a legitimate thing, but battlecruiser is like the worst. You could have said a lot of things. You could have been like, good against 3CC. Or to have mutas against 2-1-1. Which is kind of okay. But you're like, against... That is the only thing, almost, it doesn't counter. 2-base muta does not counter battlecruisers, because all he has to do is counter mutas now. Because the battlecruiser, even if it gets killed, has done something, because the mutas don't come out in time. And now he knows to counter mutas. So it's like, that's like the worst rationale you could have come up with. On top of the fact he might just kill the spire. And once again, he's not going BCs. If he is going mass Hellions with Blue Flame, that might actually be good. If he doesn't attack you before mutas come out, which is a big if, then maybe it's good. I didn't expect that. I didn't even have that in the spectrum of builds he could do because that's like straight out of 2012. But so is your build, so how appropriate. I'm super worried about BCs and double Thor drop. What year are you fucking living in? And also, why would mutas be good against...
Ton armée se fait brûler le bout du nez.
So you actually, by the way, found one of the best scenarios to go mutas. Not by... Like, you could have just described this situation and been found... Like, he went double factory opener, which is one of the few things that does not counter the mutas. This is the best... Near best case scenario. Is he doesn't have any built-in... Cyclones aren't really built-in anti-air. They don't counter mutas at all. They easily die to them, as we learned. Five to seven queens. 5 to 7 queens are way better than mutas to counter battle cruisers. For many, many reasons. You know what I'm going to say here, right? It doesn't change if you're Platinum or Masters. The mutas have to do too much work to actually pay off and justify the lack of anything else you're doing. You're building nothing else, but we're killing a couple SCVs and microing mutas. Or mutlaps, I'm sorry.
Amélioration terminée.
Literally just queens building. And Roach, so what would the answer be? The actual answer to this is lurkers, in my opinion. And you have the money. Here's the thing. Like, when you go mutas, roaches and like against battle mech, lurkers with a quick hive. The mutas get you there. The mutas keep them busy. You force them to build turrets. If you're going straight towards lurkers and a quick hive, not only do you have the counter, but you have how you win the game. You might not even need Vipers if you get the hive upgrades quick enough. But instead, we're over here jerking around our mutas. What are the changelings? What do you think he's doing? Do you really need to scout him? You already saw he has a bunch of factories. Cyclones, hell, like, you know what he's doing. Get out of here with the fucking scouting. Like that matters. You have 2,000 minerals and 1,300 gas and literally fucking nothing in production. You have one queen. One queen. One queen! The only... Are you British? That is the only acceptable point. No 2-2, no infestation bit, no speed anything. You got roach speed and baneling speed down. I'll give you that, I guess. I was told to scout. You did. You were done with that. You were done scouting. You scouted. You saw he has a bunch of fucking factories. You saw that a while ago. And just in case it wasn't implied by the fact he had Cyclones and Blue Flame Hellions on your side of the map. You know what he's doing. There is no, like you know. There's the infestation pit of admission. Oh my god, wait, do you have no Evos? Holy shit. Wow. Hive before Evos. I mean, I've seen Raynor do this. Dark is kind of like this with his quick... So you know what is a key point of both Raynor and Dark when they go low upgrades? Against Terran especially? It's lurkers! It's way too it's like a dangerous and uncomfortable and a startling amount of lurkers. With Hive Tech. And then, like, it doesn't look like it should work, but it just starts working. And then they grind you down and slice you up in little bite-sized pieces. There are 0 lurkers here. And 0 attempt. If your entire life has to be spent keeping your very expensive units out from dying instantly, maybe you shouldn't get those units. I thought lurkers were bad versus mech. I mean, they're worse if you don't even think about using Vipers. I will agree with that. Lurkers are fine. They're not incredible, but they're definitely better than Mutas. They're better probably than Broodlords. Like, you don't necessarily just go mass lurker, but this guy, he's making Thors and Hellions. He's not like 45 siege tanks. I don't know how many tanks he has, but if the number is less than a dozen, he has 5 tanks. That's not enough tanks. You dunk like... Just watch Dark versus Maru. Did I cast that? Or did I watch that? I forget. Wait, what am I thinking? Is that Super Tournament? It was, I think. It was Rogue versus Maru. I don't know. There were 2. TY versus Dark was also a mess. And TY went mass tank against Lurker. He never learned what Liberators were. It was something in Super Tournament where, well, both Rogue and Dark against Terran, to some success, made mass Lurker against whatever came at them. Dark versus Maru was today. Yeah, Rogue versus Maru was Super Tourney. Now that attack might actually be good if you built non-zero Vipers. If you got 2 Blinding Clouds in the middle and came in, but because he has better upgraded mech than you have your units, everything just dies. Because it doesn't matter how much supply you're putting... If he has 180 supply of better upgraded mech, it's going to kill any amount. 300 supply of Ravager Ling Roach would struggle. You're never going to kill that. It's just not going to happen. With 0-0, like, hatch tech ground, you're just not going to kill it. Adrenal Glands finishes faster than +1. Surprised he has Zergling speed. We haven't even thought about... The only hive tech is Adrenal Glands. For the Zerglings that die before attacking, or become Banelings even before that. What was the last time a Zergling got an attack off against that army? Of +2 Blue Flame Hellions. Oh look, Zerglings are attacking!
Donation confirmed.
Here we go again.
Okay, the price, I thought I was clear, is now $69 for everyone. I forgot to raise the price so we wouldn't have to do any more. It's not going to work. It's never going to work. You can throw however many hundreds of supply at it. It's not going to work. Especially once he has the upgrades, which he got quicker than you. It's just never going to work. Your entire army could be Banelings with unlimited money and he still probably would win. Like, you could literally have infinite resources on this tech and still probably lose, because at some point he's going to find an opportunity before you have a maxed out army and just attack. Like this. This would happen. You have nearly infinite resources because you build drones, have bases. Just the army's never going to cut it. Doesn't matter. This might be one of our first opportunities for a non-Terran to be a total bitch. So, breakthrough opportunity. What a bitch. Mildly reasonable rationalization, but still a bitch. And also, like, come on. Do you really think 20 more MMR either way is gonna help anything? I don't think he played particularly well. He took way too much damage to Mutas. He should have taken nearly 0. He actually lost SCVs.
On se fait casser le wall et on n'a même pas été terroriste. Ils s'en prennent à tes tumeurs.
Oh yeah. I forgot. It's been a bit. I was tilted. Yeah, probably because you never learned that hive tech exists. And I know you have a greater spare, and I know you got adrenal glands. But you're over here building... You're literally living in 2012. All the way down to being a raging Zerg player. You're living in 2012. You're building only units, besides Ravagers, I guess, but... that existed in 2012 and expecting to win like it's 2012. It'll make you feel better to be a submissive bitch. Okay, if that makes you feel... I mean, you are giving me money for this and then saying, I'm not going to learn, so... like, how does it feel better to beg for a win and then get one? After you were summarily beaten. And 600 MMR is not that much. Also, it's like 500. Like, it's a lot. But it's not like you had no chance. You actively gave yourself no chance. You went out of your way to have no chance. But it's like, well, I begged, and then you felt pity. Great. I feel so much better now. Thankfully, I've never had that issue. But I'm gonna go Lurker Viper. I'll believe it when I see it, or don't. Well, if I do see it, it's because you've actually learned how to play and gotten a lot closer to my MMR. But until then, keep begging.
C'est perdu. Aïe, 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 aïe. Dur, tu vas t'en remettre?
Once again, I'm around 4,800. I'm like 4,850. I'm about the exact same MMR of this Terran opponent. I play people who are 4,100 all the time. I don't know if he confirmed he was unranked or not, but that's just how it is. I get people 500 on either side. There aren't that many people up there. So, he might have been ranked. And maybe he said he wasn't. I don't know, earlier on. He said he's playing unranked. But it's not like he couldn't hit you. But wow, what a bitch. Shame on you, for both.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
So maybe a Viper or a Lurker, or even better, more than one. We could have maybe explored that. 2 shames, 1 bitch, 0 fuck. Or self-respect. And of course, much like most of the good units that Zerg has, wow, you have 100 more APM than me. That's impressive, by the way. For how little you did with it. We got one more disappointment. And I think it's Power Mose coming in like, look, I improved. No, Power Mose comes in sending me another replay from 2 weeks ago. Why? Didn't I already give you, like, a thumbs up and said, like, you're doing well? What? I thought you, like, went and played a game and then came back. He needs a grade? Oh, it's another C-. Like, it's another... The macro wasn't bad, but you made terrible decisions. And you shouldn't be masters, but congratulations. Because most players don't play Turtle Mech and they actually die to banelings. And mech is a problem for people who have brain damage. And don't use hotkeys or half the units. Yes, I am, but I'm an attention whore. Okay, fair. Is this music in the mixes or track list? I don't know. If only there was someplace on the screen. It's a hidden gem I think nobody knows about. Well, it shows now. What if I told you, if you went back in the VOD and found a place it didn't show? Then maybe. Maybe, strike 3 for me. You're like Winter, but it doesn't show on the other scene, which you're on 10% of the time. So therefore, I couldn't see.
The first
Here's your test. The 46 pylon is twice as much supply as the 23, the second pylon, but almost as supply blockable. It's very common. 46 is you get, because your nexus counts as 2 pylons. You build 2 pylons to start. Everybody knows that. Then your nexus gets you to 46. And then you forget. Pylon number 4. There you go.
The first bull.
Glory to the dead. Oracle perceiving.
Need.
What is this? Was your other build very good? Did I compliment you on it actually being like a decent build, like you played a lot? Or was that someone else? Like, this is fine. There's maybe the Adept Scout could be a little better. The Pro, like, need to be mining gas by now. That's not a great pylon placement. But like, it's a little rough around the edges, but the meat of it is fine. Like, ideally, you'd build more pylons at the third instead of in your main. I should get a sentry at some point. Just to build out, like, 1 sentry is required. More is for flavor. What are we at? 60 probes. We should be going up to, like, 10 gates. It goes up to 8. That's not terrible.
Research upgrade. Mineral. Your probes. Defend them. Save the pylon. Save the world. Mind out of that cluster.
You don't even need, like, you're not building probes. I don't know how intentional that is here.
Still in the game.
Did the oracles just die? Okay. I mean, did you click on his upgrades? This is when 1, Guardian Shield will be huge, and 2, the worst possible angle to attack. The thing is, with Archons and charge slots, even though it is a terrible angle, it might still work. Like, you don't want to attack into the concave. But, I mean... Oh, since both players back off, that helps. Do something. Okay. I like the looking away. I'm not sure if we're intentionally fighting right as you look away, but it's not. Okay. No, stop. I feel like we already went through this today. Just let it go. If you're attacking, you stop microing. It doesn't get much easier. Oh my god.
You took all the minerals from that cluster, you thief. Your upgrade is complete.
Now, if we were attacking anything but the potentially worst angle you could pick, yeah, I think you win it. But it looks like because of the power of Protoss, despite your best efforts, you're still going to win this fight. Like, every time you decided to fight actively instead of it just happening, you picked the worst angle. You don't have any sentries. Your Archons were tripping over your Zealots, which were tripping over your Immortals just to get in the front. But thankfully, we built Immortals, Archons, and charge slots, which is really hard to fuck it up.
Mineral patches.
Stop! Microwing! This is when we build like 12 more Archons. Oh my god, there's no more anti-air. Honestly, those pullbacks were fine. The War Prism's gonna die. Do you have health bars on, or like... Doesn't matter.
A mineral field has been deployed.
Come home. Wow.
Your pylon's being mined out of
We just need to like, if the one takeaway of your game is you need to stop controlling your units, but almost, and it wasn't like control. This is one of the rare scenarios where controlling his units didn't hurt anything else because he already had enough probes by the time he attacked. He already had a fourth, and he was getting upgrades. There was already enough. There was nothing left to get back home besides maybe actually putting your probes like in gas and stuff. So the only thing the micro was hurting was the actual fight, which is rare and a small problem. So the only prescription for that is either figure your shit out or just don't control your units at all. Which is one of the best issues to have. That is the easiest thing to solve, which is literally just doing less. Not replacing it by doing something better, just not doing it.
Your base is under attack. Nice.
That is one of the easiest things. You literally just don't do it. Just stop it. Just keep building units, just don't control them. And obviously I don't mean a move across the whole map. I mean if your army's fighting, stop stopping it from fighting. Stop trying to micro yourself into terrible positions. So the answer to lurkers, by the way, is Warp Prism in the main. Oracle, good. Observer's good. Warp Prism in the main. Get him to move his army away anywhere. And then, good to go. Zealot counterattacks, but that means Warp Prism in the main. Or close to that. You get the idea. Warp Prism somewhere his main army isn't. Or you just crush him, I guess. It also works. Holy shit. Oh my god. Did you try to micro again? What the fuck are you doing? If you had just attack moved, then maybe. But we are a little high on our own roach. Not roach. Our fucking Immortal Archon supply. You see, your attack moving, so that way all your I know we're trying to get all the units in range, but the key units are the Immortals. And you don't need the Archons are not the key. You need to stop fucking microing. No. If it was attack moved, it still wouldn't be enough, but it would have been better. We were stutter stepping to get the Archons in range, and Archons don't have any range. That is the problem. We actively, again, microed into a terrible position. If you fight with the Immortals and the Archons die, but you can pull the Immortals back, fine. But you moved everything into range of all of the Lurkers because the Lurkers outrange you by a large margin. All you had to do was not micro. Are you noticing a fucking trend? Just don't control your units. Holy shit. Why do you keep getting everyone killed? And more, like, even here. I bet this was sent in like, I don't know how to counter lurkers. You need to not... You're countering... You need to stop countering yourself.
You took all the minerals from that cluster.
No, I stand by this. It would have been more cost-effective in that fight to just A-move as opposed to doing any micro. Yes, he would have lost everything either way, but it would have killed more A-moving. He literally stutter-stepped in so more lurkers could hit the entire army, as opposed to lurkers hitting some of the army. He made an active effort to get more units killed. All he needed to do was not control them. And this is what a lot of players would do against lurkers. They're like, if I just get it... It's like against siege tanks. It's like, okay, I see a couple. I can kill a couple. Oh, there's 12 more. No, if you don't know how many lurkers there are before the fight starts, maybe we shouldn't be fighting in the first fucking place. But the answer was a Warp Prism in the main. That was the answer. From the start and at the end, that was the answer. Not necessarily to kill anything. So here are the options. Option 1, he responds to the Warp Prism, and now a bunch of his units are out of position. Option 2, you kill his main. Both are good options. The options don't start and end with how do I fight 14 lurkers in the middle of nowhere. The options don't start and end with how do I take this random hill. This isn't Vietnam.
about that. Don't worry, it's not about winning or losing. It's about complaining on the internet.
It's a B+. We were heading towards our potentially first A of the day. But, like, the only thing he has to do is stop controlling things. The macro was good. The build wasn't bad. The army composition was great. The probe count was on point. And then he started microing at all. And that is the scenario in which Immortal Archon and Charge Lot does not counter lurkers. When the lurkers have hive tech, and there are a dozen of them that are not even scouted. That is when they don't. So there you go. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this Angry Coach Marathon over the last 7 hours. I barely remember most of it, and hopefully you do too. But if you take away one thing, it's that Vipers and Lurkers are both good, which everyone today probably could learn, including the Terrans. Alright, thank you for watching. Like and subscribe. Now we gotta do this. I neglected this the whole day, which means everybody get ready for the writing stream.